You enter through the front gate. A stone falls. The floor tilts. Now you're in the moat. Congratulations. You've survived 4 seconds in a medieval castle. Barely. This story creeps through the architectural nightmare that was your average medieval fortress, a place built to withstand sieges, but also capable of destroying its own residents by accident. We explore how murder holes weren't just for invaders, but sometimes used on very confused guests. Spiral stairs designed to trip left-handed attackers? Great, unless you're left-handed. Trapdoors, boiling oil, and hidden arrows were everywhere, even in the bathroom. Black humor leaks from stories of nobles falling into cesspits, guests being accidentally locked in towers, and one poor messenger who took the wrong staircase and was never seen again. And let's not forget the dungeon with no key, just vibes. Compared to modern homes, castles were defensive death traps with terrible insulation and worse stairs. The soaring stone, meant to inspire awe and broadcast impregnable might, was in truth a masterpiece of lethal design. From a distance, the castle presented an image of majestic stoicism, a fortress born of ambition and built to endure the relentless march of time and siege engines. Its towering keeps, crenellated battlements, and formidable curtain walls were testaments to human ingenuity, designed to repel armies and command respect. Yet, this grandeur was a carefully constructed facade, a beautiful, terrifying lie. Beneath the veneer of defensive might lay a labyrinth of architectural features, each honed not only to thwart external enemies, but also to ensnare the unwary within its very embrace. The very ramparts that offered a vantage point against invaders could just as easily become the precipice for a fatal fall for its own inhabitants. This was the grim paradox of the medieval castle, a monument to security that often harbored its own insidious dangers, a testament to the builder's stark pragmatism and the precarious existence of all who dared to call it home. Consider the sheer audacity of the construction, the raw, unyielding stone hewn and shaped to create a miniature mountain of defense. These were not mere buildings, they were statements of power, sculpted from the very earth to dominate the landscape. The architects, often more accustomed to the practicalities of warfare than the niceties of comfort, imbued every element with a dual purpose. A seemingly solid parapet walk, offering sweeping views of the surrounding countryside, was also a dizzying height, a sheer drop of 30, 40, or even 50 feet, unlike the reassuring presence of a modern balcony's guardrail or even a simple garden fence. These exposed walkways were often bare stone edges. A moment of inattention, a sudden gust of wind, a stumble on an uneven flagstone, and the very structure designed to provide a tactical advantage could send a guard, a noble, or even a curious child hurtling to their doom. The romantic notion of standing watch on the battlements, gazing out at the rolling hills, must have been tempered by the ever-present, silent threat of the abyss just inches away. Imagine a knight, his mind perhaps on the strategic disposition of his men, his footing perhaps slick with dew or recent rain, taking that one fatal misstep. The stone, so solid and reliable for defense, became an unforgiving adversary in an instant. It was a brutal lesson in the precariousness of life within these otherwise formidable walls, where even the most mundane act of walking could carry an existential risk. The grand entrance, the very throat of the castle, was a place of immense symbolic importance and consequently a focal point for lethal ingenuity. The gatehouse, often the most heavily fortified part of the outer defenses, was designed with a chilling efficiency that extended beyond simply resisting battering rams and scaling ladders. It was a funnel, a carefully orchestrated killing ground, and its very architecture held hidden fangs. The sheer visual spectacle of a castle's entrance, the towering archway, the heavy portcullis, the imposing drawbridge, was intended to intimidate, to project an image of overwhelming power. But what lurked above that grand archway, often hidden from the casual glance of an approaching visitor, was far more sinister. These were the infamous murder holes, and while their primary purpose was indeed to rain down death upon approaching enemies, their placement and design lent themselves to far more insidious applications. The romanticized image of boiling oil or rocks being hurled from above is, of course, part of the lore, but the true horror of murder holes lay in their potential for more intimate, more personal forms of destruction, and their utility in the brutal theater of internal castle politics and petty rivalries. Picture a disgruntled seneschal nursing a grievance against a favored courtier, waiting patiently in the darkened recess above the gate passage. When the unfortunate victim, perhaps exiting the castle for a clandestine meeting or simply returning from the stables, passes directly beneath, the seneschal could unleash a torrent of filth, a well aimed rock, or even a carefully aimed crossbow bolt through the opening. This wasn't the grand, impersonal violence of a siege. This was targeted assassination, made all the more potent by the element of surprise and the victim's utter vulnerability. The murder hole, designed to deflect the focused assault of an army, could just as easily be turned into a precise instrument of murder against a single, unsuspecting soul. The terror wasn't confined to the gatehouse. Similar openings, often disguised or integrated into the defensive architecture of towers and curtain walls, served similar purposes. Imagine a guard on duty in a dimly lit corridor, his mind wandering, his senses dulled by the monotonous hours. A sudden, sharp impact from above, a heavy stone, a sack of gravel, or worse, could send him to the ground, incapacitated or dead, before he even knew what had struck him. This wasn't the grand theater of war. This was the brutal, often anonymous violence that could erupt within the castle's seemingly secure confines. The murder hole represented a chilling convergence of defensive necessity and human malevolence, a permanent fixture that whispered of potential doom, a reminder that even within the heart of supposed sanctuary, peril was never truly far away. It was a testament to the builder's grim understanding of human nature that the very features designed to keep enemies at bay could be so readily adapted to inflict harm from within. The very act of moving between levels within a castle was an exercise in calculated risk, and few architectural elements exemplified this more effectively than the spiral staircase. These winding towers of stone, so often depicted in romanticized illustrations of castles, were not designed for the graceful ascent of ladies in flowing gowns or the swift, unhindered passage of servants. Their primary purpose was tactical, to impede attackers. A right-handed swordsman, forced to ascend a narrow clockwise spiral, found himself with his sword arm pressed against the inner wall, effectively neutralizing his most potent weapon. An attacker coming down would have the advantage, but the defender, if he could manage to get ahead, could inflict damage from above. This ingenious defensive maneuver, however, came with a profound cost to the everyday inhabitants. For those who lived and worked within the castle, these staircases were a perpetual hazard. The tight turns offered little room for maneuvering, especially when carrying goods or accompanied by others. The steps themselves were often uneven, worn down by centuries of use, or constructed with a varying pitch that could easily trip an unwary foot. And the lack of handrails was a glaring omission for anyone accustomed to modern safety standards. Picture a hurried messenger, his mind focused on the urgent news he carried, his eyes perhaps strained by the poor lighting of the castle's interior. A misstep on one of those uneven stones, a sudden lurch to avoid an unseen obstacle, and he could find himself tumbling down a dizzying descent, his fall punctuated by the echoing clang of his armor or the sickening crunch of bone. The spiral staircase, a masterpiece of defensive engineering, became a treacherous, winding maw, eager to swallow the unwary. The sheer psychological impact of these staircases cannot be overstated. They demanded constant vigilance. Even the most familiar climb became an act of concentration. A lady in her voluminous skirts, a child in tow, an elderly resident struggling with stiff joints, all faced a daunting challenge with every ascent and descent. The romanticized image of a knight striding confidently up his tower stairs often masked the reality of countless falls, broken limbs, and the quiet accumulation of injuries sustained on these unforgiving spirals. It was a constant reminder that the castle, in its pursuit of military advantage, had often sacrificed the basic safety and comfort of its inhabitants. The stone, so lauded for its defensive properties, could also be the agent of a swift, brutal end twisted into a helical trap that offered no quarter. Beyond the more overtly perilous architectural features, the castle's very structure was a source of danger, particularly in its more private and utilitarian spaces. The trapdoor, a seemingly innocuous feature, was a master architect of sudden, shocking disappearances and grim fates. Ubiquitous and often concealed, these hatches served as convenient access points for storage, for moving between levels, or for the disposal of waste. Yet, their casual placement in busy corridors, in the middle of chambers, or even in the seemingly safe confines of a private solar, rendered them potent agents of disaster. Imagine a scene of merriment in a great hall, the air thick with the scent of roasted meats and spilled wine. A boisterous guest, perhaps a little too jovial, stumbles backward, his foot finding not solid floor, but empty air. The trapdoor, carelessly left ajar by a servant tasked with fetching provisions from below, opens like a hungry mouth, and he vanishes into the darkness with a startled cry. The ensuing silence, followed by the distant thud from the depths, would be a grim punctuation to the feast. This wasn't the stuff of epic battles, but the darkly humorous, deeply unsettling reality of everyday life in a castle, where a moment's inattention could lead to a plummet into the unknown, often into the very bowels of the castle, filled with refuse and unseen perils. The trapdoor's utility extended beyond mere accidental falls. It was a tool of more deliberate, if equally terrifying, ends. A poorly secured trapdoor in a lord's bedchamber could provide a swift, silent escape route for an assassin or a means of disposing of an unwelcome guest. A trapdoor leading to a dungeon or a oubliette, perhaps disguised by a strategically placed rug or a pile of discarded rushes, offered a chillingly efficient method of disappearing someone without a trace. The very floor beneath one's feet could become a treacherous abyss, a silent testament to the castle's inherent treachery and the ease with which life could be extinguished. The casualness of these openings, often lacking any warning signs or robust locking mechanisms, highlighted a fundamental disregard for the safety of those within. It was a world where the floor could literally fall out from under you, a constant, lurking threat in the most mundane of settings. The castle's construction, while formidable against external threats, was woefully inadequate in providing a healthy or even comfortable internal environment. The very stone that provided such stalwart defense also acted as a chilling conduit for the pervasive dampness and the relentless drafts that swept through its halls and chambers. This abysmal lack of insulation meant that the biting cold of winter was not merely an external inconvenience, it was an inescapable internal specter, seeping through thick walls and permeating every living space. Nobles, accustomed to the romanticized notion of medieval grandeur, often found themselves huddled in furs and cloaks within their own homes, still shivering from the pervasive chill. Fires, though kept burning in grand hearths, struggled to adequately warm the vast, drafty spaces. The stone absorbed the heat, radiating it back out as cold. Condensation would bead on the inner walls, fostering a perpetual state of dampness that contributed to rot, mold, and a host of respiratory ailments. Imagine trying to conduct courtly business, to study a manuscript, or even to sleep when the air around you is perpetually cold and damp, carrying the distinct aroma of mildew and stale air. This stark contrast to the climate-controlled environments of modern homes underscores a fundamental aspect of castle life, a constant, inescapable battle against the elements. It wasn't just about surviving a siege, it was about surviving the very structure that was meant to provide shelter. The drafts, whistling through ill-fitting window frames, through cracks in the mortar, and up the gaping maws of stairwells, carried not only cold, but also dust, debris, and often the unpleasant odors from the lower levels or the courtyards. This constant exposure to the elements weakened the inhabitants, making them more susceptible to illness and robbing them of comfort and vitality. The stone giants, so magnificent and imposing, were also formidable adversaries in their own right, their very fabric designed to chill and diminish those who dwelled within. The soaring stone, meant to inspire awe and broadcast impregnable might, was in truth a masterpiece of lethal design. From a distance, the castle presented an image of majestic stoicism, a fortress born of ambition and built to endure the relentless march of time and siege engines. Its towering keeps, crenellated battlements, and formidable curtain walls were testaments to human ingenuity, designed to repel armies and command respect. Yet this grandeur was a carefully constructed facade, a beautiful, terrifying lie. Beneath the veneer of defensive might lay a labyrinth of architectural features, each honed not only to thwart external enemies, but also to ensnare the unwary within its very embrace. The very ramparts that offered a vantage point against invaders could just as easily become the precipice for a fatal fall for its own inhabitants. This was the grim paradox of the medieval castle, a monument to security that often harbored its own insidious dangers, a testament to the builder's stark pragmatism and the precarious existence of all who dared to call it home. Consider the sheer audacity of the construction, the raw, unyielding stone hewn and shaped to create a miniature mountain of defense. These were not mere buildings, they were statements of power, sculpted from the very earth to dominate the landscape. The architects, often more accustomed to the practicalities of warfare than the niceties of comfort, imbued every element with a dual purpose. A seemingly solid parapet walk, offering sweeping views of the surrounding countryside, was also a dizzying height, a sheer drop of 30, 40, or even 50 feet. Unlike the reassuring presence of a modern balcony's guardrail, or even a simple garden fence, these exposed walkways were often bare stone edges. A moment of inattention, a sudden gust of wind, a stumble on an uneven flagstone, and the very structure designed to provide a tactical advantage could send a guard, a noble, or even a curious child hurtling to their doom. The romantic notion of standing watch on the battlements, gazing out at the rolling hills, must have been tempered by the ever present, silent threat of the abyss just inches away. Imagine a knight, his mind perhaps on the strategic disposition of his men, his footing perhaps slick with dew or recent rain, taking that one fatal misstep. The stone, so solid and reliable for defense, became an unforgiving adversary in an instant. It was a brutal lesson in the precariousness of life within these otherwise formidable walls, where even the most mundane act of walking could carry an existential risk. The grand entrance, the very throat of the castle, was a place of immense symbolic importance, and consequently a focal point for lethal ingenuity. The gatehouse, often the most heavily fortified part of the outer defenses, was designed with a chilling efficiency that extended beyond simply resisting battering rams and scaling ladders. It was a funnel, a carefully orchestrated killing ground, and its very architecture held hidden fangs. The sheer visual spectacle of a castle's entrance, the towering archway, the heavy portcullis, the imposing drawbridge, was intended to intimidate, to project an image of overwhelming power. But what lurked above that grand archway, often hidden from the casual glance of an approaching visitor, was far more sinister. These were the infamous murder holes, and while their primary purpose was indeed to rain down death upon approaching enemies, their placement and design lent themselves to far more insidious applications. The romanticized image of boiling oil or rocks being hurled from above is, of course, part of the lore, but the true horror of murder holes lay in their potential for more intimate, more personal forms of destruction, and their utility in the brutal theater of internal castle politics and petty rivalries. Picture a disgruntled seneschal nursing a grievance against a favored courtier, waiting patiently in the darkened recess above the gate passage. When the unfortunate victim, perhaps exiting the castle for a clandestine meeting or simply returning from the stables, passes directly beneath, The seneschal could unleash a torrent of filth, a well aimed rock, or even a carefully aimed crossbow bolt through the opening. This wasn't the grand, impersonal violence of a siege. This was targeted assassination, made all the more potent by the element of surprise and the victim's utter vulnerability. The murder hole, designed to deflect the focused assault of an army, could just as easily be turned into a precise instrument of murder against a single, unsuspecting soul. The terror wasn't confined to the gatehouse. Similar openings, often disguised or integrated into the defensive architecture of towers and curtain walls, served similar purposes. Imagine a guard on duty in a dimly lit corridor, his mind wandering, his senses dulled by the monotonous hours. A sudden, sharp impact from above, a heavy stone, a sack of gravel, or worse, could send him to the ground, incapacitated or dead, before he even knew what had struck him. This wasn't the grand theater of war. This was the brutal, often anonymous violence that could erupt within the castle's seemingly secure confines. The murder hole represented a chilling convergence of defensive necessity and human malevolence, a permanent fixture that whispered of potential doom, a reminder that even within the heart of supposed sanctuary, peril was never truly far away. It was a testament to the builder's grim understanding of human nature that the very features designed to keep enemies at bay could be so readily adapted to inflict harm from within. While the overt purpose of murder holes was undeniably to defend the castle against external assault, their cunningly designed apertures and strategically placed positions afforded them a chilling duality. They were not merely passive conduits for a rain of projectiles, they were active agents capable of profound, intimate destruction. Consider the very nature of their construction. A series of openings, often irregular in shape and size, situated directly above the primary ingress and egress points of the castle, most notably the gatehouse. These were not grand, sweeping vistas designed for observation, but rather narrow slits and shadowed voids, expertly carved into the stone parapets and portcullis chambers. Their very obscurity was a testament to their sinister potential. Imagine the scene: a castle lord, perhaps returning from a hunt, or a favored knight escorting a visiting dignitary, approaches the main gate. The massive oak doors swing inward, the drawbridge creaks open, and the welcoming party gathers in the vaulted archway. Yet, unseen by those below, within the darkened recesses of the machinations that controlled the portcullis, or secreted away in concealed alcoves within the stonework above, lay the true danger. These were the murder holes, and their effectiveness was amplified by their deliberate concealment. They allowed for a perfectly aimed strike, a targeted cascade of death from a vantage point that offered the attacker complete anonymity and the victim absolute surprise. The romanticized vision of a defender, sleeves rolled up, heaving rocks down upon an enemy horde, is but one facet of their gruesome utility. Far more chilling is the reality of their application in the more subtle, yet equally deadly, arena of internal castle politics and personal vendettas. Picture a disgruntled cook simmering with resentment over a perceived slight from the castle steward positioned above the pantry's entrance. As the steward, laden with provisions, passes beneath, the cook, with a precisely aimed heave, sends a sack of hard, unyielding flour or perhaps a heavy cleaver plummeting onto his unsuspecting head. The clatter of dropped goods, the sickening thud, and the stunned silence that follows would be a far cry from the heroic clamor of battle, but no less lethal. This insidious adaptation of defensive architecture speaks volumes about the inherent tensions and dangers within the closed, often claustrophobic world of a medieval castle. It was a microcosm of society, replete with its own hierarchies, rivalries, and simmering resentments. A murder hole, therefore, was not just a weapon against the external foe. It was a potent tool for the ambitious, the vengeful, and the desperate within. A rival baron, seeking to eliminate a competitor for the Lord's favor, might bribe a guard to leave a specific murder hole unblocked, or even to provide a well aimed rock at a crucial moment. A lady of the court, spurned or betrayed, might enlist a loyal servant to administer a swift, silent justice from the shadows above. The sheer ingenuity of these features, extended to their placement and design, often tailored to maximize their effectiveness. Some murder holes were simple, unadorned openings in the ceiling, designed to allow for the dropping of various substances. Others, however, were more elaborate, incorporating machicolations, projecting stone structures with openings at the base, which allowed defenders to shoot or drop missiles down upon attackers directly below, with greater protection and without exposing themselves over the open battlements. These machicolations, often appearing as decorative crenellations from a distance, were in fact cunningly devised killing zones, extending the castle's reach and lethality. Consider the murder hole located directly above the main portcullis mechanism. It wasn't just about dropping rocks, it was about disrupting the very machinery of defense. A well aimed heavy object could jam the gears, rendering the portcullis useless, or worse, causing it to crash down prematurely, trapping allies or, more pointedly, a specific enemy within the kill zone. Imagine a desperate skirmish within the gatehouse itself. As attackers surge forward, those positioned above could unleash a hail of arrows, crossbow bolts, or even pitchforks through the murder holes, turning the confined space into a deadly, inescapable trap. The confined nature of the gatehouse, coupled with the concentrated lethality from above, would have created a scene of unimaginable carnage. The psychological impact of these features, even when not actively in use, must have been profound. The knowledge that death could descend from above at any moment, without warning, would have instilled a constant sense of unease. Every time one passed beneath an archway or through a narrow passage, there would have been a subconscious awareness of the potential peril lurking overhead. This inherent danger served as a constant reminder of the castle's primary function, a place of defense where every architectural element was designed with a singular, often brutal, purpose. Furthermore, murder holes were not exclusively found above the main gate. They could be integrated into the design of towers, flanking passages, and even within the inner baileys, serving as ambush points or means of dispensing summary justice. Imagine a sentry patrolling a dimly lit corridor. A sudden, sharp crack from above, a hail of sharp stones, or even a bucket of scalding water, and his patrol ends not with a report, but with a silent, ignominious death. Such incidents, while perhaps not constituting a full-scale assault, were part of the daily reality of castle life, where the line between defense and internal violence could become perilously blurred. The murder hole, in essence, democratized violence, providing even the lowliest of servants with the means to inflict a fatal injury should the occasion or the grievance arise. The very act of moving between levels within a castle was an exercise in calculated risk, and few architectural elements exemplified this more effectively than the spiral staircase. These winding towers of stone, so often depicted in romanticized illustrations of castles, were not designed for the graceful ascent of ladies in flowing gowns or the swift, unhindered passage of servants. Their primary purpose was tactical, to impede attackers. A right handed swordsman, forced to ascend a narrow clockwise spiral, found himself with his sword arm pressed against the inner wall, effectively neutralizing his most potent weapon. An attacker coming down would have the advantage, but the defender, if he could manage to get ahead, could inflict damage from above. This ingenious defensive maneuver, however, came with a profound cost to the everyday inhabitants. For those who lived and worked within the castle, these staircases were a perpetual hazard. The tight turns offered little room for maneuvering, especially when carrying goods or accompanied by others. The steps themselves were often uneven, worn down by centuries of use, or constructed with a varying pitch that could easily trip an unwary foot, and the lack of handrails was a glaring omission for anyone accustomed to modern safety standards. Picture a hurried messenger, his mind focused on the urgent news he carried, his eyes perhaps strained by the poor lighting of the castle's interior. A misstep on one of those uneven stones, a sudden lurch to avoid an unseen obstacle, and he could find himself tumbling down a dizzying descent, his fall punctuated by the echoing clang of his armor or the sickening crunch of bone. The spiral staircase, a masterpiece of defensive engineering, became a treacherous, winding maw, eager to swallow the unwary. The sheer psychological impact of these staircases cannot be overstated. They demanded constant vigilance. Even the most familiar climb became an act of concentration. A lady in her voluminous skirts, a child in tow, an elderly resident struggling with stiff joints, all faced a daunting challenge with every ascent and descent. The romanticized image of a knight striding confidently up his tower stairs often masked the reality of countless falls, broken limbs, and the quiet accumulation of injuries sustained on these unforgiving spirals. It was a constant reminder that the castle, in its pursuit of military advantage, had often sacrificed the basic safety and comfort of its inhabitants. The stone, so lauded for its defensive properties, could also be the agent of a swift, brutal end twisted into a helical trap that offered no quarter. Beyond the more overtly perilous architectural features, the castle's very structure was a source of danger, particularly in its more private and utilitarian spaces. The trapdoor, a seemingly innocuous feature, was a master architect of sudden, shocking disappearances and grim fates. Ubiquitous and often concealed, these hatches served as convenient access points for storage, for moving between levels, or for the disposal of waste. Yet, their casual placement in busy corridors, in the middle of chambers, or even in the seemingly safe confines of a private solar, rendered them potent agents of disaster. Imagine a scene of merriment in a great hall, the air thick with the scent of roasted meats and spilled wine. A boisterous guest, perhaps a little too jovial, stumbles backward, his foot finding not solid floor, but empty air. The trapdoor, carelessly left ajar by a servant tasked with fetching provisions from below, opens like a hungry mouth, and he vanishes into the darkness with a startled cry. The ensuing silence, followed by the distant thud from the depths, would be a grim punctuation to the feast. This wasn't the stuff of epic battles, but the darkly humorous, deeply unsettling reality of everyday life in a castle, where a moment's inattention could lead to a plummet into the unknown, often into the very bowels of the castle, filled with refuse and unseen perils. The trapdoor's utility extended beyond mere accidental falls. It was a tool of more deliberate, if equally terrifying, ends. A poorly secured trapdoor in a lord's bedchamber could provide a swift, silent escape route for an assassin or a means of disposing of an unwelcome guest. A trapdoor leading to a dungeon or a oubliette, perhaps disguised by a strategically placed rug or a pile of discarded rushes, offered a chillingly efficient method of disappearing someone without a trace. The very floor beneath one's feet could become a treacherous abyss, a silent testament to the castle's inherent treachery and the ease with which life could be extinguished. The casualness of these openings, often lacking any warning signs or robust locking mechanisms, highlighted a fundamental disregard for the safety of those within. It was a world where the floor could literally fall out from under you, a constant, lurking threat in the most mundane of settings. The castle's construction, while formidable against external threats, was woefully inadequate in providing a healthy or even comfortable internal environment. The very stone that provided such stalwart defense also acted as a chilling conduit for the pervasive dampness and the relentless drafts that swept through its halls and chambers. This abysmal lack of insulation meant that the biting cold of winter was not merely an external inconvenience, it was an inescapable internal specter, seeping through thick walls and permeating every living space. Nobles, accustomed to the romanticized notion of medieval grandeur, often found themselves huddled in furs and cloaks within their own homes, still shivering from the pervasive chill. Fires, though kept burning in grand hearths, struggled to adequately warm the vast, drafty spaces. The stone absorbed the heat, radiating it back out as cold. Condensation would bead on the inner walls, fostering a perpetual state of dampness that contributed to rot, mold, and a host of respiratory ailments. Imagine trying to conduct courtly business, to study a manuscript, or even to sleep when the air around you is perpetually cold and damp, carrying the distinct aroma of mildew and stale air. This stark contrast to the climate controlled environments of modern homes underscores a fundamental aspect of castle life, a constant, inescapable battle against the elements. It wasn't just about surviving a siege, it was about surviving the very structure that was meant to provide shelter. The drafts, whistling through ill-fitting window frames, through cracks in the mortar, and up the gaping maws of stairwells, carried not only cold, but also dust, debris, and often the unpleasant odors from the lower levels or the courtyards. This constant exposure to the elements weakened the inhabitants, making them more susceptible to illness and robbing them of comfort and vitality. The stone giants, so magnificent and imposing, were also formidable adversaries in their own right, their very fabric designed to chill and diminish those who dwelled within. The murder holes, therefore, were far more than just grim portals designed for the barbarity of open warfare. They were a subtle, yet ever present, reminder of the castle's capacity for internal malice. They transformed a defensive necessity into a weapon wielded not just by soldiers against invaders, but by disgruntled servants against masters, by ambitious courtiers against rivals, and by anyone with a grievance and the opportunity to exploit the very architecture that was meant to protect them. The stone, in its solid, unyielding form, held within it the capacity for intimate betrayal, turning the castle from a sanctuary into a potential tomb, its every shadowed recess a potential staging ground for a fatal encounter. The very construction of the castle, while a formidable shield against external aggression, often proved a far more subtle and insidious threat to those within its walls. The grand defensive strategies, so meticulously crafted into the stone and timber, frequently translated into everyday hazards for the castle's inhabitants. This was nowhere more apparent than in the ubiquitous spiral staircase, a feature celebrated for its tactical brilliance, yet a perpetual peril for the unwary. These winding towers of stone, often depicted in romanticized illuminations as noble ascents for knights and ladies, were, in reality, a masterclass in architectural entrapment, designed with a singular, brutal purpose to impede and disorient attackers. The genius of the spiral staircase lay in its clever manipulation of space and the attacker's own physical limitations. Imagine a right-handed swordsman, the dominant hand wielding the blade, attempting to ascend one of these tightly wound passages. The stone helix, almost invariably designed to turn in a clockwise direction, forced the attacker to hug the inner wall. This positioning, while offering some protection from defenders above, critically restricted the range and effectiveness of his sword arm. His most potent weapon was turned against him, confined to a tight, awkward arc, easily parried or deflected by a defender positioned just a few steps above. Conversely, an attacker descending would have a slight advantage, their sword arm free to swing, but the sheer narrowness of the passage often negated this benefit. For the castle's defenders, strategically positioned at the top or strategically placed to retreat upwards, these staircases transformed into vertical killing fields, each turn a potential ambush point. However, this celebrated defensive attribute cast a long, dark shadow over the lives of those who called the castle home. For the daily procession of castle dwellers, the servants, the soldiers on routine patrol, the visiting merchants, the noble ladies, and even the Lord himself, these staircases were a constant, nerve-wracking challenge. The design, optimized for conflict, paid little heed to the practicalities of peaceful transit. The steps themselves were rarely uniform. Carved from rough-hewn stone, they often bore the marks of their creation, uneven surfaces, varying depths, and inconsistent heights. Centuries of foot traffic, of hurried ascents and weary descents, wore down the edges, creating treacherous dips and treacherous prominences. A carefully placed foot could suddenly find itself slipping on a polished stone or jarring against an unexpectedly high riser. The narrowness of the spiral was another significant impediment. There was little room to maneuver, especially for anyone burdened with a task. Picture a scullery maid, her arms laden with heavy pails of water, her focus entirely on not spilling her precious cargo. The tight confines of the staircase meant she had to move with excruciating slowness, each step a calculated risk. A sudden gust of wind, whistling through an unseen crack or an open window at a higher level, could buffet her, sending her off balance. The narrow passage offered no room to correct her footing, and the inevitable consequence was a chaotic, tumbling descent. Furthermore, the absence of handrails was a glaring oversight, particularly from a modern perspective, but a common omission in medieval fortifications. While a knight might brace himself against the inner wall, his mailed fist providing a rudimentary grip, others lacked such protection. A well dressed lady, navigating the treacherous ascent in her cumbersome, voluminous gown, found her silks catching on the rough stone, her delicate balance easily disrupted. The sheer weight and bulk of her attire made a misstep all the more perilous, transforming a simple climb into a high stakes gamble. Imagine the scene: a hushed, dimly lit corridor, the only illumination emanating from a single, sputtering torch or the weak afternoon sun filtering through a narrow slit. A young page, tasked with delivering an urgent message to the Lord in his solar, hurries up the spiral staircase. His mind is racing, replaying the words he must convey, his eyes perhaps momentarily averted from the treacherous footing ahead. He carries a rolled parchment, clutched tightly in one hand, his other arm outstretched for balance against the cold stone wall. He reaches a particularly worn section of the staircase, where the stone has been smoothed by countless feet, a deceptive sheen creating an illusion of solidity. His worn leather shoe encounters a slight depression, a subtle yet fatal flaw in the stone's surface. His foot twists, his ankle rolls, and in an instant the urgent message is forgotten. The page cries out, a sharp, surprised yelp that echoes eerily through the confined space. His balance is lost, his body pitching forward. He flails desperately, his free hand scrabbling for purchase on the slick, unyielding stone, but there is nothing to grasp. The parchment slips from his grasp, spiraling downwards like a wounded bird. He descends, not with the controlled fury of an attacker, but with the helpless terror of a victim of gravity. Each turn of the spiral brings a sickening jolt, a jarring impact against the unforgiving walls. The darkness swallows him, the sound of his descent a symphony of sickening thuds, and the clatter of bone against stone. His journey ends abruptly, perhaps at the bottom of the stairwell, perhaps on an intermediate landing, his broken body a stark testament to the castle's architectural indifference. This was not an isolated incident. Such falls, ranging from minor sprains to fatal injuries, were an unfortunately common occurrence within the castle's walls. The romance of medieval life, the tales of valiant knights and fair ladies, often glossed over these mundane yet deadly realities. The very structures built to ensure security could, with a single, unguarded moment, become instruments of destruction. The spiral staircase, in its elegant, deadly spin, served as a constant grim reminder of the unforgiving nature of the castle's design, a physical embodiment of the precariousness of existence within its formidable embrace. It was a testament to the fact that while the castle was built to withstand sieges from without, it harbored its own internal vulnerabilities, its stone heart capable of inflicting just as much damage as any enemy weapon. The architects, in their pursuit of defensive advantage, had inadvertently created a series of vertical traps, turning the simple act of moving between levels into a calculated risk, a daily gamble with gravity and the unforgiving stone. The perilous nature of these staircases was not limited to the obvious dangers of slipping or stumbling. Their inherent design contributed to a cumulative physical toll on those who used them regularly. The constant strain of navigating the tight turns, the awkward angles required to avoid collision with the inner wall, and the repetitive motion of climbing often led to chronic joint pain and muscular fatigue for the castle's staff and garrisons. For the soldiers, whose duties often demanded frequent ascents and descents, the spiral staircases were a source of constant discomfort, a hidden drain on their physical readiness. A legion of men, accustomed to the bracing demands of warfare, could still be brought low by the insidious, repetitive strain of traversing these winding stone passages. Consider the elderly castellan, his joints stiff with age, and the damp chill that perpetually permeated the stone. His duty required him to inspect the parapets, to oversee the guards, and to ensure the castle's readiness. Each climb up a spiral staircase was an ordeal, a painful reminder of his declining vigor. His steps were slow, deliberate, each one carefully placed. Yet, even with his utmost caution, the uneven steps and the lack of any supportive handrail made each ascent a test of endurance. The mere act of reaching his destination was an achievement, often accompanied by groans of discomfort and the visible effort etched upon his face. Even for the robust and agile, the staircases presented challenges that extended beyond mere physical exertion. The psychological impact of constantly navigating these confined, disorienting spaces could be significant. The visual monotony of the repeating stone treads, the limited view of the progression, and the enclosed nature of the space could induce a sense of claustrophobia and anxiety, particularly for those who were prone to such feelings. For individuals who suffered from vertigo or a fear of heights, the spiral staircase was an absolute torment. The sensation of being enclosed within a spinning cylinder with a dizzying drop below would have been a constant source of dread, turning a necessary passage into an exercise in sheer willpower. The absence of proper lighting in many of these stairwells exacerbated the danger exponentially. Medieval castles, while imposing structures, were often dimly lit, relying on natural light from narrow windows or the flickering, unreliable glow of torches or oil lamps. In the depths of winter or on overcast days, these staircases could be plunged into near total darkness. Imagine attempting to ascend or descend when the only indication of the path ahead is a vague sense of the stone's texture or the faint echo of your own footsteps. The risk of a misstep, of encountering an unseen obstacle, or of simply losing one's orientation increased dramatically. A soldier, his mind occupied with the duties of his shift, his eyesight accustomed to the gloom, could easily misjudge the distance between steps, leading to a disastrous fall. The darkness, a necessary consequence of medieval lighting limitations, transformed the spiral staircase from a mere inconvenience into a deadly hazard. The strategic placement of these staircases further amplified their peril. They were often situated within towers and along curtain walls, areas that were frequently patrolled by guards and servants. Their design meant that access to higher levels, such as battlements or internal chambers, was almost exclusively through these winding passages. This meant that every inhabitant, regardless of their station, was routinely exposed to their inherent dangers. There was no escape from their treacherous embrace. They were an integral part of the castle's circulatory system, and every journey through them carried an element of risk. Consider the logistics of moving goods and supplies. The narrowness of the spiral staircases made it exceedingly difficult to transport anything of significant size or weight. Heavy sacks of grain, barrels of ale, or even large pieces of furniture had to be laboriously maneuvered up the winding steps, often requiring multiple individuals and considerable effort. The process was slow, arduous, and fraught with peril. A dropped barrel could not only cause damage to the staircase itself, potentially exacerbating existing hazards, but also pose a significant threat to anyone stationed below. The very act of provisioning the castle became an exercise in controlled chaos, with the spiral staircases serving as critical bottlenecks and points of significant danger. The cumulative effect of these factors, the uneven steps, the narrow confines, the lack of handrails, the poor lighting, and the constant, albeit unacknowledged, threat of injury, created an environment where the spiral staircase was a source of perpetual anxiety for the castle's inhabitants. It was a stark illustration of the often unseen compromises made in the name of defense. While the castle stood as a symbol of impregnable strength against external foes, its internal architecture frequently presented a more personal and arguably more insidious form of danger. The stone, so vital for defense, was also a silent, ever present threat, its helical pathways a constant reminder that even within the heart of supposed sanctuary, peril could always be found lurking in the ascent. The very ingenuity that made the castle formidable in war also made it a dangerous place to simply live, turning every climb into a subtle yet profound confrontation with the unforgiving nature of medieval architecture. The spiral staircase, in its relentless, dizzying turn, embodied this paradox perfectly, a testament to the builders' skill in war and their occasional indifference to the safety of peace. The castle's stones did not merely form walls, they also formed voids, hidden lacunae in the fabric of daily life that could swallow the unwary. Among the most insidious of these were the trapdoors. Unlike the grand, undeniable peril of a crumbling parapet or the predictable challenge of a spiral staircase, trapdoors were masters of surprise, their presence often entirely unannounced until the moment of their devastating reveal. They were the floor that wasn't there, the sudden absence of solid ground that punctuated the routines of castle life with a terrifying punctuation mark. These were not necessarily grand, ostentatious features. Indeed, their effectiveness often lay in their very ordinariness. A trapdoor might be found tucked away in a busy corridor, disguised beneath a scattering of straw or a thick rush mat. It could be concealed within the unassuming flooring of a private chamber, perhaps in a lord's solar, a place of supposed refuge and privacy. The casual placement was a testament to a mindset that viewed such entrances and exits as mere utilities, no different in conception, perhaps, than a wooden cupboard door, but with infinitely more dire consequences should it fail in its purpose, or more chillingly, succeed all too well. Imagine a servant hurrying with a tray of food, their mind already on the next task, their foot landing squarely on a section of floor that was in reality a carefully balanced wooden panel. The briefest of hesitations, a fractional imbalance in weight distribution, and the world would tilt violently. The humor, if one could call it that, was as dark and chilling as the dungeons they often led to. Picture a boisterous feast, the hall ringing with laughter and the clatter of trenchers. The Lord, mid anecdote, gestures emphatically, his foot inadvertently nudging a cleverly concealed hatch. The floor beneath him gives way, and with a surprised grunt, he vanishes from view, his weighty presence suddenly absent, replaced by the sound of his descent and the stunned silence of his assembled guests. Such an event, while potentially farcical in its abruptness, would have been a stark reminder of the ever present dangers lurking beneath the veneer of courtly life. The jester might find himself with a new, grim routine, the Lord's reappearance a matter of no small consequence, depending on where his unexpected journey had taken him. The destinations of these treacherous openings varied wildly, each offering a unique flavor of dread. Some led to the castle's refuse pits, the dark, malodorous oubliettes of waste disposal. To fall into such a place was not only to suffer the physical trauma of the fall, but to be plunged into an environment of decay and filth, a slow, degrading descent into sickness and potential death. Others served as direct conduits to the dungeons, the very bowels of the castle where prisoners languished. A moment of inattention, a misplaced step, could mean an involuntary journey to join those already confined, their pleas for release now echoing a new, shared torment. Perhaps the most chilling application of the trapdoor was its role in facilitating swift, silent removals. A political rival, a troublesome prisoner, or even an inconvenient servant could be made to disappear without a trace, their sudden absence attributed to any number of causes, but rarely to a deliberate act. A swift tug on a hidden rope, a carefully timed press on a concealed lever, and the unsuspecting victim would be plunged into the darkness below, their fate sealed by the castle's very structure. The trapdoor in these instances was not merely an architectural feature, it was an instrument of erasure. Consider the meticulous planning that must have gone into such an arrangement. The trapdoor itself would have been constructed with a weight-bearing capacity that could withstand the normal traffic of the area, yet designed to be easily opened. The mechanism for opening might have been a simple rope concealed within a wall cavity, a sliding bolt accessible from an adjacent room, or even a cleverly disguised pressure plate. The edges of the door would have been flush with the surrounding floor, perhaps even covered with a thin layer of plaster or a similar material to blend seamlessly. The hinges, if visible at all, would have been recessed, their presence masked by the surrounding pattern of the floorboards or stonework. The unsuspecting individual walking across such a floor would have no inkling of the void that lay beneath. Their focus would be on their destination, on the conversation they were having, or on the mundane task at hand. It was this very lack of vigilance, this trust in the solidity of the ground beneath their feet, that made the trapdoor so terrifyingly effective. It preyed on the inherent human assumption of stability, turning the familiar into the treacherous in a single, fatal moment. The placement was key to their sinister efficacy. While a trapdoor leading to a cellar might be a practical feature for moving goods, one positioned in a main thoroughfare, or even more disturbingly, in a place of honor like the Lord's private chambers, spoke of a more sinister intent. Imagine a noblewoman walking through her chambers, perhaps admiring a tapestry or examining a piece of embroidery. Her foot catches the edge of a door that should not be there, a door that opens downwards. The sound of her gasp would be swallowed by the immediate, suffocating blackness as she plummeted. The very intimacy of the space, the expectation of privacy and safety, would amplify the horror of such an event. The dark humor also extended to the practicalities of defense. During a siege, a well placed trapdoor could prove a devastating weapon against assaulting troops. If an enemy managed to breach a wall or gate and found themselves in an internal corridor, the castle's defenders could activate a trapdoor, sending attackers tumbling into a waiting pit, perhaps filled with sharpened stakes, or into a lower level where they could be easily dealt with. The surprise and disorientation would be immense, turning a hard won victory for the attackers into an immediate, catastrophic defeat. However, the more unsettling aspect was the casual integration of these deadly features into the everyday life of the castle. They were not always reserved for the dramatic moments of attack or the grim realities of imprisonment. They were often simply there. A servant might be tasked with regularly checking and clearing out a refuse pit accessed by a trap door, a dangerous chore that required careful footing and a strong constitution. A tradesman visiting the castle might find himself unexpectedly descending into a storeroom, the ground giving way beneath him with a startling lurch. The psychological impact of living in a castle with such hidden dangers cannot be overstated. It fostered a subtle, underlying tension, a constant, perhaps subconscious, awareness that the ground beneath one's feet was not always as stable as it appeared. Every step in an unfamiliar corridor, every creak of the floorboards, could carry a frisson of anxiety. For those who knew of their existence, the trapdoors would have been a constant, brooding presence, a reminder of the castle's capacity for cruelty, a hidden threat woven into the very fabric of their existence. The construction of these trapdoors was a testament to the medieval builders' ingenuity, often executed with a cunning simplicity that belied their lethal potential. The doors themselves were typically made of sturdy timber, reinforced with iron bands for added strength and durability. They were designed to fit snugly within a prepared frame, ensuring that when closed, they presented an unbroken surface, indistinguishable from the surrounding flooring. The edges were often beveled or chamfered to prevent snagging, further enhancing their ability to conceal their presence. The framing of the opening was equally critical. Set into the floor joists or directly into the stonework, it provided a secure and stable foundation for the trapdoor, ensuring it could withstand the weight of normal passage without giving way unintentionally. The hinges, often robust iron strap hinges, were either recessed into the door and frame or cleverly concealed by the surrounding material. In some cases, the door might have been designed to lift outwards or upwards rather than simply fall inwards, offering different tactical advantages depending on its purpose. The mechanisms for operating these trapdoors were as varied as their locations. Simple ropes, often made of hemp or leather, were a common method. These might be concealed within a wall cavity, pass through a small disguised aperture, or even led to a hidden pulley system. A well placed tug on such a rope, and the trapdoor would swing open, its precise movement often dictated by the type of hinges used and the weight of the door. More sophisticated mechanisms might involve levers, either concealed within a piece of furniture, disguised as a structural element, or operated from an adjacent room. A sliding bolt, operated by a hidden lever or even a key, could also be used to secure the trapdoor when it was not intended to be opened. Some trapdoors were even designed to be opened by pressure plates, strategically placed so that an unsuspecting individual would activate them simply by walking over them. This would require a particularly precise and cunning installation, but the element of surprise it offered would have been immense. The psychological effect of such concealed entrances extended beyond the immediate fear of falling. It fostered a sense of unease, a feeling of being constantly observed or manipulated. The very stones of the castle, which were meant to provide security, also served to hide these deadly secrets. This duality could be deeply unsettling, blurring the lines between safety and peril and creating an atmosphere of subtle, pervasive fear. Consider the vastness of a castle, its many rooms, corridors, and chambers. A single trapdoor, effectively concealed, could be a formidable weapon in the hands of a determined individual or a vigilant garrison. It was a tool that could be used for defense, for punishment, or for the simple, terrifying act of making someone vanish. Its presence, though often unacknowledged, was a stark reminder that within the imposing walls of the medieval castle, the ground beneath one's feet was not always to be trusted. It was a testament to the ingenuity of medieval builders, an ingenuity that, while often focused on protection from external threats, also harbored a remarkable capacity for internal and utterly unexpected danger. The floor that wasn't there was a constant, chilling possibility, a silent promise of sudden, unseen oblivion, forever lurking just a step away. The sheer variety of trapdoor applications within a castle demonstrates their integral, if often grim, role in medieval life and defense. Beyond the obvious uses for dungeons and refuse disposal, they served more nuanced purposes. For instance, in large, multi-story halls, trapdoors could offer a quick, albeit hazardous, means of moving essential personnel between levels without the need for long detours around stairwells, especially during moments of urgent communication or defensive action. A guard on patrol might be able to descend rapidly to warn of an approaching threat, or a messenger might reach a lower chamber with unprecedented speed. Moreover, trapdoors were invaluable for certain maintenance tasks. Accessing hidden channels for ventilation, inspecting structural supports, or even performing repairs on plumbing or drainage systems within the castle's intricate network would often require entry through a concealed hatch. These would be the domain of specialized craftsmen, men who understood the risks and possessed the necessary skills to navigate these dark, often cramped spaces. Even the king of the castle, secure in his solar, might find his privacy invaded not by a knight in armor, but by a plumber appearing unexpectedly from beneath the floorboards to fix a leaky pipe. The shock, though less fatal, would still be considerable. The psychological impact of living in such an environment cannot be overstated. For those accustomed to the castle's layout, the trapdoors, even when not in use, represented a constant, low level anxiety. It was a reminder that their solid, seemingly immutable world could at any moment reveal its hidden depths. This would have bred a certain wariness, a heightened sense of spatial awareness, perhaps even a superstitious dread of certain areas or floor coverings. The very act of walking would become a more considered affair, each step a silent question. Is this floor truly solid? Consider the tales that would circulate amongst the castle staff, whispers of servants who vanished, of prisoners who were spirited away, of unexpected tumbles that ended in tragedy. These stories, embellished and retold, would serve as oral histories of the castle's dangers, passed down from generation to generation, reinforcing the fear and respect for these hidden openings. The lack of transparency, the inherent secrecy surrounding their use, would only serve to amplify their menace. In the context of sieges, the trapdoor's utility was multifaceted. While they could be used to drop attackers into kill zones, they also offered defensive advantages for the castle's occupants. A besieged garrison might use trapdoors to move silently between different sections of the castle, repositioning troops without being seen by the enemy. They could serve as emergency escape routes, allowing defenders to retreat from an overwhelmed sections of the castle into a lower, more secure level. This element of surprise and mobility, facilitated by the hidden openings, could significantly prolong a defense or allow for a tactical withdrawal. The deliberate obscurity of some trapdoors was a testament to the grim artistry of medieval castle design. They were not simply functional elements, they were deliberate architectural choices that contributed to the castle's overall aura of defensibility and at times its sinister character. The dark humor associated with them, the grim jokes shared by soldiers or servants who understood the inherent risks, spoke volumes about the adaptation of the human spirit to its environment. Life in a castle was a constant negotiation with danger, and the trapdoor was one of the most insidious yet pervasive reminders of that reality. It was a void waiting to be filled, a secret held within the stone, a testament to the fact that safety was often only as reliable as the floorboards beneath one's feet. The castle, in its magnificent solidity, was also a place of profound, hidden fragility, and the trapdoor was the ultimate embodiment of that unsettling truth. The chilling reality of life within a medieval castle extended far beyond the ever-present dangers of structural failures or cleverly concealed trapdoors. The very stones that stood as proud sentinels against external foes were, for those within, a constant source of discomfort, a formidable barrier against not just the winter winds, but against any semblance of warmth. Insulation, as we understand it today, was a concept as alien as central heating. The builders of these imposing structures were masters of defense, of creating fortresses that could withstand sieges for months on end, but they were, by necessity and by the limitations of their time, utter novices when it came to combating the pervasive, bone-deep chill that permeated every corner of their creations. Imagine stepping from the relative, though still inadequate, shelter of a wooden structure into the unyielding embrace of a stone keep. The immediate sensation was one of plunging into a colder world. Stone, especially the thick, massive blocks used in castle construction, is a notoriously poor insulator. It readily absorbs ambient moisture from the air, and once cold, holds it with a tenacity that defies any casual attempt at warming. This inherent characteristic meant that even on a mild day, the interior of a castle could feel like stepping into a cellar. On a truly cold day, it was akin to residing within a giant, unheated icebox. The walls themselves were the primary culprits. Thick, yes, for defensive purposes, but utterly devoid of any insulating material. There were no double glazed windows, no cavity walls filled with fiberglass or rock wool. The windows, when they existed and were not simply narrow arrow slits, were often merely covered with oiled parchment or thin, translucent animal hides. These offered a modicum of light, but virtually no protection against the wind. A strong gust would whip through the cracks and gaps, sending icy tendrils snaking across the floors and up the legs of anyone unfortunate enough to be caught in its path. The floors, too, were a constant source of discomfort, whether they were flagstones directly laid onto the earth or wooden planks. They offered little in the way of insulation from the ground beneath. The cold, damp earth would seep upwards, making even the most elaborately woven rug feel inadequate. For those who lived and worked in the lower reaches of the castle, the kitchens, the storerooms, the dungeons, the floor was a perpetual source of frigid misery. Servants would often be seen stamping their feet, rubbing their hands together, and huddling close to any source of heat, however meager. The concept of a draft in a medieval castle was not a minor inconvenience. It was an omnipresent force of nature. Every crevice, every gap between ill-fitting stones or timbers, every unsealed window or door frame served as an invitation for the cold to enter. These drafts were not gentle breezes. They were often sharp, biting currents of air that could extinguish candles, ruffle papers, and make speech a chattering, interrupted affair. In the great halls, where scores of people might gather for meals or entertainment, the sheer volume of air exchange was staggering. The heat generated by bodies, fires, and cooking was quickly dissipated, swept away by the relentless movement of cold air drawn in from the outside and funneled through the castle's many openings. The methods employed to combat this pervasive cold were, by modern standards, remarkably rudimentary and often only partially effective. Fire was the most obvious and essential weapon. Great hearths, often enormous in scale, were built into the walls of the main living spaces. These were intended to provide both heat and light, but their efficiency was severely limited. Much of the heat they generated simply rose, unimpeded, up the vast chimneys that pierced the castle's roofs, carrying with them valuable warmth. For those seated too far from the hearth, or those unfortunate enough to be in a chamber without a fire, the warmth was a distant, unattainable luxury. To compensate for the lack of effective heating and insulation, people relied on layers of clothing. Wool, in its many forms, was the primary material. Tunics, doublets, hose, and cloaks were worn in abundance, often layered one upon another. For those of higher status, these garments were often lined with fur, rabbit, sheep, fox, and even ermine and sable for the truly wealthy. These furs, while providing excellent insulation, were a costly commodity and a visible symbol of status. The image of a noble lord or lady, swathed in thick furs and woolens, still shivering in their own solar, perfectly encapsulates the struggle against the castle's inherent chill. The floors were often covered with rushes or straw, particularly in less formal areas. This served a dual purpose. It provided a slight cushioning underfoot and offered a minimal degree of insulation from the cold stone or earth. However, these organic coverings were also prone to dampness, becoming breeding grounds for vermin and harboring unpleasant odors. They also presented a significant fire hazard, especially in proximity to open flames. When they became too soiled or damp, they would be removed and replaced, a task that, while necessary, likely released a cloud of dust and unpleasantness into the already compromised air quality. Tapestries, hung on the walls of important chambers, were more than just decorative elements. They were a crucial, albeit expensive, form of insulation. Their thick woolen fibers helped to absorb some of the dampness in the air, and more importantly, provided a physical barrier against the cold stone. The more tapestries a chamber possessed, the warmer and more comfortable it was likely to be, a clear indicator of wealth and status. These elaborate hangings, depicting biblical scenes, historical events, or abstract patterns, would absorb and retain heat far better than bare stone, offering a tangible, if localized, improvement to the internal climate. Even the furniture played a role in the fight against the cold. Wooden chests and benches were preferred over metal ones, as wood offered a slightly warmer touch. Beds, particularly for the wealthy, were often canopied structures. These canopies, draped with heavy fabrics, served to trap the warmth generated by the occupants' bodies during the night, creating a relatively cozy microclimate within the vast, cold expanse of the bedchamber. The mattress itself would be stuffed with straw or feathers, and multiple woolen blankets, often called coverlets, would be piled on top. A good night's sleep was a constant battle against the encroaching cold, a battle often won by sheer, stubborn accumulation of warm bedding. The very act of moving through the castle was a process of navigating these temperature differentials. Transitioning from a rook home with a roaring fire to a dimly lit corridor could feel like entering a different climate zone altogether. The great halls, designed for communal gatherings, were often the coldest places, their vast volumes making them impossible to heat effectively. Private chambers, though smaller, were still subject to the whims of the weather and the inadequacy of the building's thermal properties. The pervasive dampness was inextricably linked to the lack of insulation. Stone, especially in the damp medieval climate, would sweat, a constant condensation of moisture on the inner surfaces of the walls. This made the air perpetually humid, clinging and uncomfortable. It also encouraged the growth of mold and mildew, which would often be visible as dark, unsightly patches on the walls, contributing to the musty, unhealthy atmosphere that pervaded many castles. This constant dampness not only made everything feel colder, but also contributed to the decay of furnishings and even the building materials themselves over time. The building materials themselves were also a factor. While stone was incredibly durable and offered excellent protection against siege weaponry, it was also porous and a significant thermal conductor. Mortar, used to bind the stones together, could also be a source of drafts if it crumbled or was poorly applied. Wooden elements, such as doors and window frames, would often shrink and swell with changes in temperature and humidity, creating new gaps and widening existing ones, allowing the cold to penetrate even further. The occupants' efforts to mitigate these conditions were often a constant, exhausting cycle. Fires had to be constantly tended, wood and fuel had to be procured and brought inside, and bedding had to be aired and kept as dry as possible. The simple act of living in a castle was, in many ways, a continuous battle against the very fabric of its construction. Consider the social implications of this discomfort. While the lord and his family might have access to the largest hearths and the most abundant furs, they were by no means immune to the cold. Their lives, though outwardly more comfortable than those of the servants, were still subject to the fundamental limitations of medieval building technology. The sheer effort required to maintain a basic level of warmth and comfort would have consumed a significant portion of daily life, dictating routines, influencing diet, and even affecting mood and health. The psychological toll of living in such a constantly cold and damp environment should not be underestimated. It would have contributed to a general sense of weariness and lethargy. The lack of a truly warm, dry, and comfortable refuge could have had a tangible impact on mental well being, making people more susceptible to illness and less resilient to hardship. The constant struggle against the elements would have been a subtle but persistent drain on the spirit. Even the architectural choices, driven by the need for defense, exacerbated the problem. The narrowness of arrow slits meant that while they were effective for archers, they allowed very little light or heat to penetrate into the interior. The massive thickness of the walls, while offering protection, also created deep recesses and dark corners where the cold could linger and moisture could collect, unhindered by sunlight or drying winds. The absence of ventilation systems, designed to keep the air fresh, meant that the air within could become stagnant and heavy with the smell of damp, smoke, and unwashed bodies. The ingenuity of medieval people was often directed towards finding workarounds and partial solutions. Portable braziers, small metal containers filled with burning coals, could be moved from room to room, offering a localized source of heat, though they also produced smoke and fumes that could be dangerous in enclosed spaces. Thick woolen cloaks and hoods were essential for anyone venturing outside their immediate living quarters. Even inside, people might wear multiple layers of clothing, including woolen caps and gloves, to retain body heat. The castle kitchens, often located in a separate building or at the lowest level, were likely the warmest and most humid parts of the structure due to the constant presence of large fires and the steam generated by cooking. However, the heat and steam also contributed to the pervasive dampness, making the kitchens a place of intense labor and often uncomfortable humidity, even as they offered a respite from the external chill. The Lord's private solar, intended as a place of rest and work, would have been the focus of efforts to create a warmer environment. It might feature a dedicated hearth, thicker hangings, and perhaps even a raised dais to lift the occupants slightly above the coldest air pooling near the floor. Yet, even here, the fundamental challenges of insulation and drafts remained. The distinction between the Lord's comfort and the servants was one of degree, not of kind. Both lived within the same thermally inefficient fortress. The stark reality was that a medieval castle, for all its imposing strength and architectural grandeur, was a fundamentally uncomfortable and unhealthy place to live, primarily due to its abysmal performance as a barrier against the cold and damp. The constant battle against the elements was an intrinsic, inescapable feature of castle life, shaping the daily routines, the health, and the very spirit of those who called these stone behemoths home. The chill within was not merely a seasonal inconvenience, it was a fundamental condition of existence, a silent, ever present adversary against which the mightiest walls offered surprisingly little true protection. The whispers of danger were not only in the trapdoors, but in the very air, a constant reminder that while the castle might keep enemies out, it did a rather poor job of keeping the cold and the damp from creeping in. The pervasive chill, the omnipresent dampness, the endless struggle against the elements, these were the insidious, everyday hazards that a medieval castle presented. Yet the stones themselves, cold and unforgiving as they were, harbored a far more immediate and visceral threat, one that could transform the mundane into the horrific in a matter of heartbeats. While the history books and tales of siege warfare often paint a vivid picture of boiling oil cascading from battlements onto hapless attackers below, the true terror lay in the unsettling proximity of this potent weapon, even in times of uneasy peace or amidst the daily routines of castle life. The cauldron, that ubiquitous symbol of defense, held a sinister potential that extended far beyond the ramparts, capable of inflicting unimaginable suffering within the very walls it was meant to protect. Consider the castle kitchens, the throbbing heart of domestic life, a place of both sustenance and potential chaos. Here, amidst the clatter of pots, the hiss of roasting meats, and the ever-present aroma of wood smoke, lay the latent danger of culinary mishap escalating into catastrophe. The preparation of food, especially for the noble families and their retinues, often involved the use of copious amounts of fat, rendered lard, dripping, and various oils, for frying, preserving, and even as a base for sauces. These substances, when heated to high temperatures, could easily ignite. A forgotten pan left too close to an open flame, a sudden flare up from the hearth, or even an overzealous attempt to reignite dying embers could send a cascade of burning fat across the stone floor, a terrifying inferno in an enclosed space. The kitchens were, by necessity, often crowded, a hive of activity with cooks, scullions, and servants jostling for space. In such close quarters, a dropped utensil, a tripped foot, or a moment of inattention could have devastating consequences. Imagine a large, heavy cauldron, its contents simmering at a dangerously high temperature, perhaps intended for a feast or a special preserve. If this vessel were to be knocked, either deliberately during an argument or accidentally by a hurried servant, the ensuing torrent of scalding liquid was a weapon of terrifying efficiency. It would not merely burn, it would sear, cling, and continue to cook flesh long after its initial contact. The stone floors, while durable, would offer no absorbent respite, merely channeling the fiery deluge further into the already cramped space. The very construction of the kitchens, often built with thick stone walls to withstand heat and to serve as a fire break, could also contribute to the disaster. While a sound design for containing fires, these very walls could trap the heat and smoke, intensifying the conflagration and making escape or containment all the more difficult. The smoke itself, thick and acrid, would quickly fill the air, choking those caught within and obscuring vision, adding to the panic. If the fire were to spread to the dried foodstuffs, sacks of flour, or wooden shelving that were commonplace in any well stocked kitchen, the situation could rapidly spiral out of control. The battlements, the very place where the dramatic displays of boiling oil were envisioned, were not immune to these internal dangers either. While the primary purpose of the machinations there was outward defense, their accessibility meant that domestic incidents could also manifest on these windswept perches. A detached sentry, perhaps warming his hands too close to a brazier, or a cook tasked with preparing rations in a secondary, more exposed kitchen, could face similar risks. The sudden igniting of a large vat of oil, perhaps used to preserve meat, in the cooler air of the upper levels, or even for rudimentary lighting systems, could lead to a catastrophic inferno that could trap defenders and spread rapidly through wooden hoardings and roof structures. The terror of boiling oil, or any superheated liquid for that matter, was not merely in the immediate pain, but in the lingering aftermath. Unlike a clean burn, which might cauterize and begin to heal, the intense heat of boiling fat would continue to cook the tissue. The oil would cling to clothing, to skin, to hair, and the sheer viscosity of it meant it was incredibly difficult to remove. The screams of the afflicted would be muffled by the thick, oily smoke, and the desperate attempts to extinguish the flames would often be hampered by the very substance that was causing the suffering. The smell, a sickeningly sweet, greasy char, would likely linger for days, a grim reminder of the incident. Beyond the overt culinary uses, other processes within a castle could also involve significant quantities of heated materials. The castle smithy, while usually a separate structure to mitigate fire risk, was nevertheless a place where molten metal was a constant presence. While less likely to be boiling oil in the literal sense, the accidental splashing of molten lead used for sealing, or even molten brass or bronze for fittings and decorative elements, could inflict similarly horrific burns. The smith himself, accustomed to the heat, was still vulnerable to unexpected splashes, and apprentices, less experienced, were at even greater risk. A spilled crucible of molten metal could create a searing river across the forge floor, a treacherous obstacle course of agony for anyone caught in its path. The very act of maintaining the fires for heating and cooking, particularly during the harsh winter months, required constant vigilance. Large quantities of fuel, wood, charcoal, would be brought into the castle, often stored in courtyards or basements. While these were not liquids, their ignition in the wrong place, perhaps near stored oil or grease, could quickly escalate. The scenario of a dropped ember from a hearth, or a careless moment with a candle near flammable materials, was a perpetual threat. The sheer volume of flammable substances required to keep a castle warm and fed meant that a small accident could have disproportionately large and devastating consequences. Furthermore, the social hierarchy of the castle did little to shield individuals from these dangers. While the lord and lady might dine in relative comfort, their meals were prepared by servants who, by virtue of their station, often worked in the most hazardous conditions. The scullery maids, tasked with cleaning pots and pans, might find themselves scrubbing away congealed grease still warm from the hearth. The kitchen boys, responsible for fetching and carrying, were constantly navigating a space filled with open flames, hot surfaces, and the ever present risk of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Their youth and inexperience only amplified these vulnerabilities. The mental fortitude required to work in such an environment, amidst the constant threat of scalding, burning, and crushing, was immense. A moment of distraction, a fleeting thought of home, a hushed conversation with a fellow servant, any lapse in concentration could prove fatal or life altering. The psychological weight of knowing that a simple error could result in excruciating pain and disfigurement would have been a constant burden. The boiling oil of siege lore was thus not merely a strategic weapon of war, but a chilling metaphor for the ever present capacity for disaster within the castle's own walls. The same principles that made oil dangerous on the battlements applied to the kitchens and workshops below. It was a hazard born not of enemy action, but of human fallibility, of the inherent risks in manipulating fire and heat in enclosed, often crowded spaces. The terror of the cauldron was not confined to the outside world. It simmered perpetually in the heart of the castle itself, a dark brew awaiting only the smallest spark to erupt. The uninvited brew, indeed, was always on the verge of being served. The very architecture designed to defend the castle could ironically become a source of internal peril, while the formidable stone walls and towering battlements were outward facing bulwarks against invasion. Certain apertures, seemingly insignificant in their scale, harbored a more insidious potential, capable of turning the castle's own inhabitants into unwitting victims. These were the arrow slits, the narrow eyes through which the defenders gazed upon the world, and through which the world, in turn, might gaze back, or more ominously, reach in. These vertical fissures, carved with meticulous precision into the thick masonry, were the dedicated perches for the archers, the spearmen, the crossbowmen, the very teeth of the castle's defensive smile. Yet, their purpose was not solely to facilitate the outward projection of lethal force. They also offered an unbidden portal for danger to infiltrate the castle's supposedly impregnable embrace. Even in the absence of a full-scale siege, the castle grounds were a dynamic environment, a place where practiced skill and casual carelessness could converge to create unforeseen hazards. Imagine a bright, clear morning in the Bailey, the air crisp with the promise of a good day's training. Knights and men-at-arms would gather for drills, their movements precise, their weapons gleaming. Archery practice, a vital component of any garrison's readiness, would often take place in designated areas of the courtyard or on sloping fields adjacent to the castle walls. This was a controlled environment, of course, with strict protocols for safety, but control, as any seasoned castle commander would attest, was a fragile commodity. An arrow, loosed with perhaps a fraction too much enthusiasm, a slight miscalculation of trajectory, or a sudden gust of wind catching it just so, could veer wildly off its intended mark. Instead of thudding into a straw-stuffed dummy or the earth beyond, it might instead strike the stone facade of a nearby keep or ancillary building. And if, by unfortunate chance, one of these stray projectiles found its way into an open arrow slit, the consequences could be immediate and devastating for anyone positioned within the dimly lit interior of the passage behind it. Consider a young squire tasked with delivering a message or fetching a piece of equipment from a guard post situated along an inner wall. He might be navigating the confined, shadow draped passageway of a machicholation or a flanking tower, the coolness of the stone a welcome contrast to the bustling activity of the courtyard. He might be deep in thought, perhaps rehearsing the Lord's words for a critical meeting, or simply anticipating the warmth of the hearth. His attention, naturally, would be focused on the path ahead, on the echoes of his own footsteps, on the faint scent of damp stone, and perhaps a lingering trace of lamp oil. He would not, in that moment, be scanning the courtyard for incoming arrows. He would not anticipate that a simple, whistling shaft of wood and feather, fired perhaps hundreds of yards away, could find its way through a gap no wider than his arm, piercing the relative sanctuary of the castle's interior. The impact itself would be brutal, the arrow's sharpened head designed to penetrate armor, let alone the softer tissues of an unprotected body. The force of its flight, unimpeded by the resistance of a target, would ensure a deep, tearing wound. The immediate aftermath would be a shock, a sudden agonizing pain, the piercing whine of the arrow's passage replaced by a choked gasp or a cry of disbelief. The squire, perhaps stumbling backward, might collide with the passage wall, the rough stone a stark reminder of the alien intrusion. The archer on the outside, meanwhile, might be oblivious, his attention already shifting to the next target, the errant shaft a regrettable but ultimately minor error in his training. The cost, however, would be borne entirely by the unsuspecting individual within. But the danger was not confined solely to the vagaries of archery practice. The arrow slit, by its very design, created a direct line of sight, a precise channel between the exterior and interior, and this channel could be exploited for far more deliberate and sinister purposes. In the intricate social fabric of a medieval castle, where loyalties could shift and grudges fester, the arrow slit offered a perfect, albeit grim, instrument for clandestine acts of violence. Imagine a guard, perhaps one holding a deep-seated resentment towards a fellow soldier, or even a member of the household staff. He might be stationed at a vantage point along an internal corridor, a place where people passed regularly, perhaps on their way to their duties or returning from them. He might have a bow readily available, or more discreetly, a crossbow, its mechanism capable of holding a bolt ready for a sudden, silent deployment. The opportunity might present itself during a moment of distraction, a captain barking orders, a group of servants chattering amongst themselves, or even a lone individual lost in their own thoughts. The guard, positioned within the shadowy recess of the arrow slit, would have a clear, unobstructed view. He would aim not at a distant enemy, but at someone within the very confines of his own world. The tight dimensions of the arrow slit would necessitate a close-range shot, ensuring a near-certain hit. The enclosed nature of the passage would further amplify the impact. The sound of the bowstring or crossbow's trigger, the whistle of the projectile, all contained within the stone corridor, adding to the disorienting terror of the attack. The victim caught unawares would have no defense, no warning. They would simply be struck, the projectile finding its mark with brutal efficiency. The assailant, from his concealed position, could then melt back into the shadows, perhaps even reloading his weapon, the act of violence completed before anyone else was even aware that an attack had occurred. The strategic placement of arrow slits, often designed to cover blind spots and overlapping fields of fire for external defense, could paradoxically create internal vulnerabilities. A slit facing inwards into a courtyard, while allowing archers to cover attackers scaling the outer walls, also provided a potential firing point for someone wanting to target individuals within that same courtyard, perhaps from an opposing building or even from within the same structure, if positioned on a different level. A sentry on the ramparts, looking down into the bailey, might have an arrow slit in the wall beside him. If that slit happened to be positioned to overlook a particular internal walkway or a common gathering area, it transformed from a defensive feature into a potential assassination tool. The thickness of the castle walls, a testament to their defensive strength, also meant that the passages behind arrow slits were often deep and narrow. This provided excellent cover for a hidden assailant, allowing them to remain unseen by anyone outside the slit or by someone passing by the opening from within. It was a confined, intimate space where the air might be thick with the smell of damp stone, but also, for the premeditated attacker, a secure firing position. The archer or crossbowman could brace their weapon against the stone of the passage wall, gaining stability for a precise shot. The narrowness of the opening meant they could shoot without exposing themselves significantly to return fire, especially if the target was stationary or moving predictably. Moreover, the design of some arrow slits, particularly the splayed inner opening, was intended to give the archer a wider field of vision and a better angle of fire. While beneficial for outward defense, this splay also meant that from a certain angle within the passage, the archer could observe a greater area of the interior. Conversely, for someone on the outside looking in, the slit appeared as a mere dark line, offering little indication of the presence or position of the individual within. This asymmetry of visibility was a critical factor in how these openings could be weaponized internally. A person moving along an exterior wall, or even an inhabitant within an adjoining chamber, might be completely unaware that their movements were being observed and potentially targeted through one of these seemingly innocuous apertures. Consider the scenario of a dispute over inheritance, a matter of political intrigue, or even a personal vendetta that had escalated to the point of murder. The arrow slit offered a method of assassination that was both efficient and, for a time, potentially deniable. The killer, having gained access to the passage behind the slit, could wait for their target to pass within range. The shot would be quick, the projectile lethal. Following the act, the killer could simply withdraw, leaving behind a mystery. The arrow itself might be retrieved, or it might remain embedded in the victim, an inert piece of evidence that pointed outwards, towards the unknown enemy, rather than inwards, towards a known conspirator within the castle walls. The internal security of the castle, designed to prevent external breaches, could be subverted by those who understood its internal geography and possessed the will to use its features for their own deadly ends. The very stones that offered protection could, in the hands of a traitor or a murderer, become the instruments of death. The arrow slit a silent, deadly maw, devouring those within its reach. The castle, in this respect, was not just a bulwark against external foes, but a complex ecosystem where internal threats could exploit architectural advantages, turning the castle's own eyes into weapons that wounded from within. The very architecture designed to defend the castle could ironically become a source of internal peril. While the formidable stone walls and towering battlements were outward facing bulwarks against invasion, certain apertures, seemingly insignificant in their scale, harbored a more insidious potential, capable of turning the castle's own inhabitants into unwitting victims. These were the arrow slits, the narrow eyes through which the defenders gazed upon the world, and through which the world, in turn, might gaze back, or more ominously, reach in. These vertical fissures, carved with meticulous precision into the thick masonry, were the dedicated perches for the archers, the spearmen, the crossbowmen, the very teeth of the castle's defensive smile. Yet, their purpose was not solely to facilitate the outward projection of lethal force. They also offered an unbidden portal for danger to infiltrate the castle's supposedly impregnable embrace. Even in the absence of a full-scale siege, the castle grounds were a dynamic environment, a place where practiced skill and casual carelessness could converge to create unforeseen hazards. Imagine a bright, clear morning in the Bailey, the air crisp with the promise of a good day's training. Knights and men-at-arms would gather for drills, their movements precise, their weapons gleaming. Archery practice, a vital component of any garrison's readiness, would often take place in designated areas of the courtyard or on sloping fields adjacent to the castle walls. This was a controlled environment, of course, with strict protocols for safety. But control, as any seasoned castle commander would attest, was a fragile commodity. An arrow, loosed with perhaps a fraction too much enthusiasm, a slight miscalculation of trajectory, or a sudden gust of wind catching it just so, could veer wildly off its intended mark. Instead of thudding into a straw-stuffed dummy or the earth beyond, it might instead strike the stone facade of a nearby keep or ancillary building. And if, by unfortunate chance, one of these stray projectiles found its way into an open arrow slit, the consequences could be immediate and devastating for anyone positioned within the dimly lit interior of the passage behind it. Consider a young squire tasked with delivering a message or fetching a piece of equipment from a guard post situated along an inner wall. He might be navigating the confined, shadow-draped passageway of a matriculation or a flanking tower. The coolness of the stone, a welcome contrast to the bustling activity of the courtyard. He might be deep in thought, perhaps rehearsing the Lord's words for a critical meeting, or simply anticipating the warmth of the hearth. His attention, naturally, would be focused on the path ahead, on the echoes of his own footsteps, on the faint scent of damp stone, and perhaps a lingering trace of lamp oil. He would not, in that moment, be scanning the courtyard for incoming arrows. He would not anticipate that a simple, whistling shaft of wood and feather, fired perhaps hundreds of yards away, could find its way through a gap no wider than his arm, piercing the relative sanctuary of the castle's interior. The impact itself would be brutal. The arrow's sharpened head, designed to penetrate armor, let alone the softer tissues of an unprotected body. The force of its flight, unimpeded by the resistance of a target, would ensure a deep, tearing wound. The immediate aftermath would be a shock, a sudden, agonizing pain, the piercing whine of the arrow's passage replaced by a choked gasp or a cry of disbelief. The squire, perhaps stumbling backward, might collide with the passage wall, the rough stone a stark reminder of the alien intrusion. The archer on the outside, meanwhile, might be oblivious, his attention already shifting to the next target. The errant shaft a regrettable but ultimately minor error in his training. The cost, however, would be borne entirely by the unsuspecting individual within. But the danger was not confined solely to the vagaries of archery practice. The arrow slit, by its very design, created a direct line of sight, a precise channel between the exterior and interior, and this channel could be exploited for far more deliberate and sinister purposes. In the intricate social fabric of a medieval castle, where loyalties could shift and grudges fester, the arrow slit offered a perfect, albeit grim, instrument for clandestine acts of violence. Imagine a guard, perhaps one holding a deep-seated resentment towards a fellow soldier, or even a member of the household staff. He might be stationed at a vantage point along an internal corridor, a place where people passed regularly, perhaps on their way to their duties or returning from them. He might have a bow readily available, or more discreetly, a crossbow, its mechanism capable of holding a bolt ready for a sudden, silent deployment. The opportunity might present itself during a moment of distraction, a captain barking orders, a group of servants chattering amongst themselves, or even a lone individual lost in their own thoughts. The guard, positioned within the shadowy recess of the arrow slit, would have a clear, unobstructed view. He would aim not at a distant enemy, but at someone within the very confines of his own world. The tight dimensions of the arrow slit would necessitate a close-range shot, ensuring a near-certain hit. The enclosed nature of the passage would further amplify the impact. The sound of the bowstring or crossbow's trigger, the whistle of the projectile, all contained within the stone corridor, adding to the disorienting terror of the attack. The victim, caught unawares, would have no defense, no warning. They would simply be struck, the projectile finding its mark with brutal efficiency. The assailant, from his concealed position, could then melt back into the shadows, perhaps even reloading his weapon, the act of violence completed before anyone else was even aware that an attack had occurred. The strategic placement of arrow slits, often designed to cover blind spots and overlapping fields of fire for external defense, could paradoxically create internal vulnerabilities. A slit facing inwards into a courtyard, while allowing archers to cover attackers scaling the outer walls, also provided a potential firing point for someone wanting to target individuals within that same courtyard, perhaps from an opposing building or even from within the same structure, if positioned on a different level. A sentry on the ramparts, looking down into the bailey, might have an arrow slit in the wall beside him. If that slit happened to be positioned to overlook a particular internal walkway or a common gathering area, it transformed from a defensive feature into a potential assassination tool. The thickness of the castle walls, a testament to their defensive strength, also meant that the passages behind arrow slits were often deep and narrow. This provided excellent cover for a hidden assailant, allowing them to remain unseen by anyone outside the slit or by someone passing by the opening from within. It was a confined, intimate space where the air might be thick with the smell of damp stone, but also, for the premeditated attacker, a secure firing position. The archer or crossbowman could brace their weapon against the stone of the passage wall, gaining stability for a precise shot. The narrowness of the opening meant they could shoot without exposing themselves significantly to return fire, especially if the target was stationary or moving predictably. Moreover, the design of some arrow slits, particularly the splayed inner opening, was intended to give the archer a wider field of vision and a better angle of fire. While beneficial for outward defense, this splay also meant that from a certain angle within the passage, the archer could observe a greater area of the interior. Conversely, for someone on the outside looking in, the slit appeared as a mere dark line, offering little indication of the presence or position of the individual within. This asymmetry of visibility was a critical factor in how these openings could be weaponized internally. A person moving along an exterior wall, or even an inhabitant within an adjoining chamber, might be completely unaware that their movements were being observed and potentially targeted through one of these seemingly innocuous apertures. Consider the scenario of a dispute over inheritance, a matter of political intrigue, or even a personal vendetta that had escalated to the point of murder. The arrow slit offered a method of assassination that was both efficient and, for a time, potentially deniable. The killer, having gained access to the passage behind the slit, could wait for their target to pass within range. The shot would be quick, the projectile lethal. Following the act, the killer could simply withdraw, leaving behind a mystery. The arrow itself might be retrieved, or it might remain embedded in the victim, an inert piece of evidence that pointed outwards, towards the unknown enemy, rather than inwards, towards a known conspirator within the castle walls. The internal security of the castle, designed to prevent external breaches, could be subverted by those who understood its internal geography and possessed the will to use its features for their own deadly ends. The very stones that offered protection could, in the hands of a traitor or a murderer, become the instruments of death. The arrow slit a silent, deadly maw, devouring those within its reach. The castle, in this respect, was not just a bulwark against external foes, but a complex ecosystem where internal threats could exploit architectural advantages, turning the castle's own eyes into weapons that wounded from within. Beyond the direct threat of arrows finding their mark through these narrow apertures, the architectural design of castle defenses often created other, less obvious, but equally perilous environments. The very spaces designed for vigilance and defense could inadvertently become traps for the unwary. Take, for instance, the precarious nature of many medieval structures, where functionality often trumped absolute safety. The constant presence of waste, both human and animal, was an unavoidable aspect of daily life within the castle's walls, a stark contrast to the idealized images of chivalry often presented in literature and art. Managing this effluent was a significant challenge, and the solutions, while often ingenious in their own way, carried their own set of inherent dangers. The most common and often most potent of these hazards lay in the humble cesspit, the ubiquitous receptacle for the castle's detritus. Far removed from the gleaming armor and noble pronouncements, these were the grim realities that underpinned medieval existence. These were not mere holes in the ground, they were carefully constructed, often deep, vaulted structures designed to contain the unpleasant byproducts of a densely populated fortress. The purpose was simple: to prevent the rampant spread of disease within the confines of the castle. However, the very act of containing such noxious material and the proximity of these pits to living and working spaces created a significant, ever present danger. Imagine a lord, perhaps a man accustomed to comfort and authority, navigating the darkened corridors of his own keep on a particularly moonless night. He might be returning from a late council meeting, his mind still occupied with matters of state, or perhaps he simply made a misstep in the unfamiliar confines of a less trafficked wing of the castle. In the absence of effective lighting, and with the ever present smells and shadows that characterized medieval interiors, a simple journey from one chamber to another could become a perilous undertaking. The castle, for all its outward strength, was a labyrinth of poorly lit spaces, slippery surfaces, and often concealed dangers. In such a scenario, a lord, perhaps fleeing an imagined pursuer or simply disoriented by the gloom, might stumble. A misplaced foot, a moment of lost balance, and he could find himself plunging into the gaping maw of an unguarded cesspit. The fall itself could be brutal, the impact against the packed earth or stone lining of the pit a jarring introduction to his final resting place. But the true horror would lie in the environment into which he descended. The stench, a potent concoction of decaying organic matter, would be overwhelming, instantly assaulting the senses. The darkness, absolute and suffocating, would offer no solace, no hope of escape. The very air would be thick with invisible, harmful gases, the byproducts of decomposition, capable of incapacitating or even killing a person trapped within its suffocating embrace. This wasn't a scenario confined to the desperate flight of a fleeing lord. Accidents could befall anyone, from the highest ranking noble to the humblest stable hand. A servant carrying a heavy load, a guard taking a shortcut through a disused passage, or even children playing games of hide and seek in forbidden areas could all fall victim to these hidden pitfalls. The cesspit, in its mundane and unglamorous reality, represented a stark counterpoint to the romanticized notions of castle life. It was a potent reminder that even the most basic of necessities, when handled with anything less than absolute care, could lead to a swift and undignified end. The irony was sharp. A place designed to protect the castle's inhabitants from the ravages of disease through its very existence and the inherent risks associated with its maintenance could itself become a lethal agent. The construction and maintenance of these vital yet repellent facilities required constant attention. The disposal of waste was not a simple matter of digging a new hole. Cesspits were often integral to the castle's overall structure, sometimes built into the foundations of towers or along the outer curtain walls. Their contents had to be periodically removed, a task that was as dangerous as it was unpleasant. This usually involved a specialized group of workers, often the lowest rung of the castle's social hierarchy, tasked with venturing into the depths of these pits to clear them out. equipped with little more than buckets and rudimentary tools, and often without adequate protection from the toxic fumes. These laborers faced a daily risk of asphyxiation or poisoning. A sudden collapse of the pit's walls, a buildup of methane gas, or simply the overwhelming concentration of poisonous vapors could spell a swift and gruesome death. Their bodies, if recovered at all, would be unceremoniously disposed of, their demise a mere footnote in the castle's daily operations, a silent testament to the hidden costs of maintaining even the most basic standards of sanitation. The placement of these pits was also a critical factor. While theoretically situated away from primary living quarters, the practicalities of castle life often led to their proximity to various essential buildings. A well worn path leading to a privy might skirt the edge of a newly dug cesspit, a subtle but deadly hazard for those not paying close attention. The sheer volume of waste generated by a medieval castle meant that multiple such pits were often necessary, and their management was an ongoing challenge. It was not uncommon for old, forgotten pits to exist beneath newer structures, their presence known only to a select few, or perhaps forgotten entirely until a structural collapse or an accidental discovery brought them to light. Consider the potential for accidental immersion. A particularly strong storm could cause overflow, turning courtyards and lower levels into treacherous, filth ridden waterways. A structural failure in a poorly maintained privy, a common enough occurrence, could lead to a sudden and dramatic descent into the pit below. The very foundation of the castle, built upon layers of history and human activity, could conceal these forgotten wells of filth. A careless mason working on a new foundation, a soldier digging a trench for defense, or even a prisoner attempting to escape, could inadvertently break through the crust of earth or weakened masonry covering an ancient cesspit, leading to a horrifying plunge into the unknown. The stench would be the first warning, followed by the terrifying realization of where one had fallen. The struggle to escape, the grasping at slick, refuse covered walls, would be futile, the thick, clinging muck making any attempt at ascent impossible. The only sounds would be the frantic splashing of water and the choked gurgles of a drowning victim, swallowed by the very bowels of the earth in a most ignoble end. The lack of adequate lighting was a recurring theme in the dangers faced within castles. Torches and oil lamps provided only a limited illumination, casting long, dancing shadows that could easily conceal obstacles. A loose cobblestone, a pile of debris, or indeed the gaping opening of a privy or cesspit could be hidden in plain sight until it was too late. Many castle structures were also designed with multiple levels, often connected by narrow, winding staircases where a fall could have devastating consequences. If such a fall occurred near or into a waste disposal area, the outcome was all the more dire. The social strata within a castle also played a role in the distribution of these risks. The higher ranking inhabitants, those who occupied the more secure and well maintained parts of the castle, were generally more protected from such direct hazards. Their quarters would be further removed from the sources of waste, and their access to better lighting and more stable pathways would reduce the likelihood of accidental falls. Conversely, the servants, guards, and laborers, who often lived and worked in the lower, more congested, and less well maintained areas of the castle, were far more exposed to these dangers. They were the ones most likely to navigate the dark, damp corridors, to be near the cesspits for their daily tasks, and to face the grim realities of poor sanitation on a regular basis. Their accidental deaths, however tragic, were often less documented, less mourned, and easily absorbed into the fabric of castle life. The romanticized image of the medieval castle, with its noble knights and fair ladies, often overlooks these visceral, unpleasant truths. The filth and the stench were as much a part of the castle as the stone and timber, and within this often overlooked environment, the cesspit stood as a particularly potent symbol of mortality, a stark reminder that even the most fundamental aspects of daily life could hold the grim potential for a swift, ignoble, and utterly devastating end, far removed from the glory of the battlefield or the solemnity of the chapel. The very earth beneath their feet, carefully managed to contain the unwanted, could turn into a deadly maw, a suffocating embrace of decay and disease, a fate that awaited any who, through carelessness or misfortune, stumbled into its grasping, foul embrace. It was a fate that offered no valor, no glory, only a descent into oblivion, a silent testament to the pervasive, ever present hazards that lurked just beneath the veneer of medieval life, even within the supposed sanctuary of the castle walls. The very structures designed to project power and ensure security, the towering stone behemoths that defined a castle's silhouette, also possessed a more insidious function. They served as remarkably effective, albeit often unintentional, prisons. While not built with the express purpose of holding prisoners in the same manner as a dedicated dungeon, the isolated nature and formidable construction of these towers frequently resulted in individuals finding themselves involuntarily confined within their stark embrace. This was not always a matter of deliberate, calculated malice, though such instances certainly existed. More often, it was a confluence of social dynamics, political maneuvering, and sheer, stark practicality that led to individuals, often unwelcome guests or political detainees, becoming entombed within the cold embrace of a castle tower. Consider the scenario of a visiting dignitary, a baron from a neighboring territory, perhaps arriving with a retinue of advisors and servants, ostensibly for a parley or a diplomatic engagement. The host, a lord eager to assert his own influence and perhaps harbor private reservations about the visitor's intentions or allegiances, might extend a warm welcome, offering the finest chambers. However, the hospitality could be a thin veneer. Imagine this dignitary, perhaps accustomed to the libations of his homeland, indulging rather too freely in the host's hospitality. A night of feasting and merriment might conclude with the guest finding himself ushered to his chambers, the door securely bolted from the outside. The intention, on the surface, might be to ensure his comfort and safety, to prevent any late night wanderings or unwanted encounters. But what if, by a curious twist of fate or a subtly orchestrated accident, the key to his chamber was subsequently misplaced? The lord of the castle, feigning distress and concern, would be unable to grant access until the errant key was recovered. Days could turn into weeks. The dignitary, ensconced in his tower room, would find his communications with the outside world mysteriously curtailed. His meals would arrive, but his requests for audience or his inquiries about the misplaced key would be met with vague assurances and continued delays. The tower, designed for vigilance and defense, became his gilded cage, his imprisonment a consequence of perceived inconvenience or a calculated political deadlock, all cloaked in the guise of unfortunate circumstance. The castle's architectural hierarchy, with its distinct levels of security and remoteness, lent itself perfectly to this kind of opportunistic confinement. The higher one ascended a tower, the more isolated and difficult it became to leave, and crucially to be found. The uppermost chambers, often designed for lookouts or as secondary residences for the Lord's family, were inherently less frequented. If a guest or a political pawn was confined to such a location, the chances of their presence being overlooked or their attempts at communication being ignored increased exponentially. The sheer logistical challenge of moving freely within a multi storied stone structure, particularly one designed with narrow stairwells and heavily fortified doors, meant that once sealed within a tower, escape was a near impossibility for anyone without significant external assistance or a profound understanding of the castle's internal architecture. The accident of the lost key was a common trope, a subtle but effective method of silencing or detaining individuals without the overt declaration of imprisonment. It allowed the castellan to maintain a facade of normalcy, to continue with the daily business of the castle while effectively neutralizing a problematic presence. The guest, perhaps a minor noble with an inconvenient claim to land, or a merchant whose trade agreements were disrupting the Lord's own interests, would find their influence waning with each passing day of their involuntary seclusion. Their protests, if any were even heard, would be dismissed as the ramblings of someone perhaps still affected by their earlier revelry, or simply the natural frustration of being confined for their own supposed safety. The walls of the tower, thick and unyielding, would absorb their pleas, and the distant sounds of the bustling bailey below would serve as a constant, mocking reminder of the freedom they had lost. Furthermore, the very act of entering a tower, especially one not regularly used for habitation, could be fraught with peril for the uninitiated. Narrow, winding staircases, often spiraling upwards without much in the way of banisters, posed a significant risk of a fall. Imagine a disgruntled courtier, banished from the Lord's favor and deemed too much of a nuisance to be allowed free rein, but not yet a dire enough threat to warrant execution or a formal imprisonment in the dungeons. He might be assigned quarters in a disused defensive tower, ostensibly for his own protection or as a form of subtle punishment. If during his solitary confinement he were to attempt to descend the treacherous stairs in poor light, or perhaps under the influence of a moment of despair, a stumble could easily send him tumbling down the unforgiving stone steps. The resulting injury might be severe, rendering him incapable of moving or calling for help effectively. The tower, in this instance, would become his tomb, his demise attributed to a simple, unfortunate accident. The loss of a key rendered a moot point by a broken neck or a shattered limb. The concept of misplaced items extended beyond keys. A crucial document relating to the detainee's rights or a plea for intervention might accidentally be intercepted by a loyal, if overzealous, servant. A messenger bearing news from outside might be detained by the castle guards for failing to have proper credentials, their message confiscated, and subsequently lost in the administrative shuffle. The tower's isolation meant that the detained individual was at the mercy of those who controlled access to their confinement. The Lord, or his trusted seneschal, could orchestrate a slow, suffocating strangulation of the detainee's connections to the outside world, all under the guise of administrative efficiency or unfortunate happenstance. This form of accidental imprisonment also served as a powerful tool for political leverage. A rival lord who found himself indebted to the castle's owner or whose territory was strategically important might be invited for negotiations. Should the negotiations falter, or if the host wished to exert pressure, the guest could find his departure subtly yet firmly obstructed. The tower became a bargaining chip. We regret to inform you, my lord, that a recent survey of the tower's structural integrity has revealed some concerning issues. For your own safety, until these are rectified, we cannot, in good conscience, permit you to leave. Or, the recent storm has caused significant damage to the main gate, my lord. Travel is impossible. You must remain within the safety of the keep. We have assigned you to a tower chamber, a most secure and comfortable location until the roads are clear. These excuses, however flimsy, were often accepted due to the inherent power imbalance and the general acceptance of the castle's authority. The detainee was left to ponder the irony of his situation, imprisoned not by the brute force of chains, but by the calculated inconvenience of architectural problems and the supposed exigencies of the weather. The psychological toll of such confinement was immense. Cut off from familiar surroundings, from allies, and from the normal routines of life, the detainee would be left to confront the silence and the solitude of the stone chamber. The distant sounds of the castle, the clang of the blacksmith's hammer, the shouts of the guards, the distant laughter from the great hall, would serve only to accentuate their isolation. The very solidity of the tower, designed to withstand the battering of siege engines, became a symbol of their own helplessness. Days would blur into nights, marked only by the changing light that filtered through the narrow slit or the arrival of a meager meal. Hope would dwindle, replaced by a gnawing anxiety, a sense of being forgotten, of having been utterly subsumed by the castle's unyielding stone. Moreover, the architecture of these towers often contributed to the sense of disempowerment. The windows, if they existed beyond mere arrow slits, were typically high and narrow, offering a vista of the surrounding landscape, but no practical means of egress. The heavy wooden doors, reinforced with iron bands, were designed to withstand the most determined assault from the outside, making them equally formidable barriers to escape from within. Even the smallest of personal belongings that might have offered comfort or a connection to the outside world, a favorite book, a personal seal, even changes of clothing, could be deemed unnecessary or even contraband by the castle's custodians, further stripping the detainee of their identity and their agency. The accidental confinement in a tower was a testament to the subtle yet pervasive ways in which medieval society wielded power. It was a method that allowed for the removal of inconvenient individuals without the messy complications of a formal trial or the public outcry that might accompany a blatant act of injustice. The detainee was not a prisoner of war nor a convicted criminal. They were merely someone whose presence had become problematic and who had, through a series of unfortunate coincidences, found themselves temporarily inconvenienced within the castle's imposing fortifications. The tower, in this context, was not just a defensive structure, it was a waiting room for political inconvenience, a silent testament to the fact that within the seemingly ordered world of the medieval castle, the line between hospitality and imprisonment could be as thin and as precarious as the misplaced key that sealed one's fate. The very stone walls that proclaimed a lord's might and shielded him from external threats also harbored a more intimate and often more pungent set of dangers. While the previous discussion focused on the strategic imprisonment within towers, we now turn our attention to the decidedly less glorious, yet no less hazardous realities of the castle's domestic sphere. For even in the supposed privacy of one's own chambers, or during moments of utmost vulnerability, peril could lurk, often stemming from the most mundane of architectural features. It is here, amidst the everyday necessities of life, that the ubiquitous "oh dear" was most likely to be uttered, often with a splutter of surprise and a cascade of unfortunate consequences. Let us consider for a moment the humble bathroom, or rather, its medieval approximation. The concept of a private bathing chamber, as we understand it today, was a luxury rarely afforded to even the wealthiest inhabitants of a castle. More commonly, ablutions were conducted in a basin brought to the chamber, or perhaps in a communal washroom, if such a facility existed. Yet, for those fortunate enough to possess a dedicated space for washing, the inherent risks were far from negligible. Imagine a chamber, perhaps located near the Lord's private apartments, where a large wooden tub might be filled with heated water. The floors, often of flagstone or rough-hewn wood, were perpetually damp, slick with condensation and the inevitable splashes from vigorous scrubbing. A moment's inattention, a misplaced step in haste, and a lord accustomed to the deference of his peers could find himself performing an unplanned and rather undignified ballet on the slippery surface. The resulting tumble might be nothing more than a bruised ego and a thorough soaking, but in the unforgiving environment of a stone floor, a poorly judged fall could lead to far more serious repercussions. Bones, after all, were no less fragile within the sanctity of a private chamber than they were on a castle battlements. But the true epicenter of domestic hazard, the place where the phrase "oh dear" was likely coined in its most visceral and embarrassing form, was undoubtedly the garderobe. Far from being a discreetly appointed bathroom, the garderobe was a functional, if often malodorous, necessity. Typically a projecting turret, or a chamber accessed from a private room, it housed a seat, usually a sturdy wooden bench with a strategically placed hole. Beneath this opening, a shaft descended through the thickness of the castle walls, depositing its contents into a cesspit, a moat, or simply the open air some considerable distance below. While a marvel of medieval engineering in its own right, the garderobe was a perpetual source of potential disaster. Consider the lord of the castle, perhaps after a particularly robust feast. He retreats to his chambers, seeking the solitude of the garderobe. The wooden seat, worn smooth by generations of use, might appear innocuous. However, time and the elements can wreak havoc on even the sturdiest of materials. A particular beam, weakened by rot or riddled with woodworm, could succumb to the lord's considerable weight. The resulting "oh dear" would be a sharp, involuntary gasp, followed swiftly by the sound of splintering wood and the terrifying sensation of falling through the void. The shaft, designed to carry waste downwards, would now be a terrifying conduit for a very human descent. What awaited him at the bottom was rarely pleasant. Depending on the castle's design, it could be a collection of accumulated filth, a particularly noxious section of the cesspit, or, in a truly unfortunate circumstance, an open moat where the impact might be further compounded by a chilly, unhygienic immersion. The indignity of such an event would be profound, a stark contrast to the Lord's usual elevated status. The stench, the muck, the sheer embarrassment of being discovered in such a predicament would be a tale whispered for years to come, the ultimate fall from grace, quite literally. Even if the structural integrity of the garderobe held firm, other perils abounded. The very nature of the open shaft meant that the chamber could be subject to unpleasant drafts, carrying with them the less than fragrant effluvia from below. A sudden gust of wind, funneled up the shaft, could turn a moment of quiet contemplation into a suffocating, eye-watering ordeal. The uninitiated, or those unaccustomed to the castle's particular olfactory character, might find themselves caught unawares, their sensitive nostrils assaulted by the unfiltered essence of medieval sanitation. A startled exclamation, perhaps a muffled cough, would be the only outward sign of the internal battle against overwhelming pungency. Furthermore, the access to these chambers was not always as secure as one might wish. A lord might be engaged in the privacy of his garderobe only for a trusted servant, or perhaps a less scrupulous courtier, to carelessly fling open the door, oblivious to the lord's presence. The ensuing scene, with the lord caught in a moment of ultimate vulnerability, would be a moment of profound social mortification. The hasty scramble to cover oneself, the mumbled apologies, the simmering resentment, these were the social hazards that accompanied even the most private of acts. The oh dear in this instance would be one of social alarm, a sudden recognition of breached etiquette and impending embarrassment. Beyond the more pungent aspects of domestic hygiene, the very design of castles presented other, less obvious dangers. The frequent use of oil lamps and candles, essential for illumination in the perpetually dim interiors, posed a constant fire risk. While the stone construction offered some degree of fire resistance, timber floors, wooden furnishings, and hangings of rich tapestry provided ample fuel for any errant spark. A dropped candle, a carelessly placed torch, or a faulty lamp could quickly engulf a chamber in flames. The oh dear here would be one of immediate terror, a dawning realization of impending conflagration. The narrow stairwells and winding corridors, designed for defense, could easily become deadly traps in a fire, channeling the smoke and heat upwards, disorienting those seeking escape and making rescue an almost impossible feat. The image of a grand hall, usually a place of feasting and merriment, becoming a roaring inferno, consuming priceless tapestries and the very structure of the castle, was a chilling, ever-present possibility. The floors themselves, as mentioned, were a consistent hazard. Not only were they often damp and slippery, but they could also be uneven, littered with debris, or, in the case of servants and lower-ranking inhabitants, simply unhygienic. A dropped object could easily be lost in the straw that often covered the floors of less frequented areas, becoming a tripping hazard for the unwary. A misplaced foot could lead to a sprained ankle, a broken limb, or worse, a fall down a flight of stairs. The oh dear of a servant, perhaps carrying a heavy tray or a bucket of water, stumbling on an unseen obstacle, would be a common sound, a testament to the constant battle against the castle's inherent imperfections. Even the very construction of the walls and ceilings presented subtle dangers. Over time, mortar could crumble and stones could loosen. A particularly heavy rainstorm, or the vibrations from siege engines during an attack, could dislodge a piece of masonry from a high archway or a battlements. The resulting oh dear from an unfortunate soul caught beneath, perhaps a knight conferring with his lord in the great hall, or a scribe diligently working in his scriptorium, would be the last sound they ever made. The sheer weight of stone, combined with the height from which it fell, ensured a swift and brutal end. The provision of water, too, could be a source of unexpected peril. While many castles had wells, the channels and pipes that carried water, whether from cisterns or natural springs, were often rudimentary and prone to leakage. Dampness seeping into walls could lead to the growth of mold and mildew, creating unhealthy living conditions. In some cases, these damp patches could weaken plaster or even stone, leading to minor collapses. A oh dear might precede a shower of plaster dust or even a small cascade of debris, startling inhabitants and adding to the general air of decay that could permeate even the grandest of fortifications. Consider the very fabric of the castle, the tapestry and hangings that adorned the walls, meant to provide insulation and a touch of opulence. While beautiful, these textiles were often a repository for dust, soot, and inevitably vermin. Spiders, mice, and even larger creatures could find comfortable homes within their folds. A sudden rustle, a scuttling sound, or even the unnerving sensation of something crawling on one's skin could elicit an oh dear of a different, more unsettling nature. The fear of the unseen, the primal revulsion to vermin, was a constant low-level stressor in the medieval castle environment. The kitchens, a hive of activity and a potential nexus of danger, offered their own unique set of hazards. Open fires, heavy cauldrons of boiling water and stew, sharp knives, and the general chaos of food preparation meant that a minor accident was almost inevitable. A slip of the knife, a splash of scalding liquid, a fall against a hot hearth, all could lead to painful burns or nasty cuts. The oh dear here would be a sharp cry of pain, quickly swallowed by the din of the kitchen, the cook or scullery maid bearing the brunt of the castle's culinary demands. Even the seemingly secure confines of a strong room or treasury were not entirely free from risk. While designed to protect valuable goods, these chambers were often sealed with heavy, iron-bound doors and complex locks. The custodians of these spaces, tasked with their security, might find themselves inadvertently trapped. A door jamming shut, a key breaking in the lock, or a simple oversight in securing the mechanism could lead to a rather inconvenient and potentially fatal period of involuntary confinement. The oh dear here would be one of dawning realization, a growing panic as the air grew thick and the sounds of the outside world faded into an oppressive silence, leaving the unfortunate individual to the mercy of their own ingenuity and the thickness of the stone walls. The very act of living within a castle, a structure built for defense and resilience, meant that the inhabitants were constantly interacting with raw, unrefined materials. The stone was rough, the wood was splintered, the metal was unforgiving. Every surface, every edge, every corner presented a potential snag, a scrape, or a more serious injury. The castle was not a polished, modern dwelling. It was a fortress, and its inhabitants bore the marks of its rough hewn nature. The oh dear was the sound of everyday life, the small punctuations of minor discomfort, and the occasional, more significant mishap that punctuated the existence of those who dwelled within its mighty walls. It was the sound of a world where the domestic and the dangerous were inextricably intertwined, where the most ordinary of actions could, with a simple, unfortunate turn, become a moment of profound and often embarrassing peril. The grim reality of a medieval dungeon was not always one of deliberate, malevolent intent, nor a precisely engineered torture chamber. Often, the direst consequences arose from sheer, unadulterated oversight, from a catastrophic failure of planning that rendered the very architecture of confinement a trap for both the incarcerated and, perversely, the incarcerator. While the popular imagination readily conjures images of heavily barred cells, bolted from the outside with a satisfying clunk of finality, the truth could be far more mundane and infinitely more terrifying for its casual cruelty. Consider the disconcerting paradox of a dungeon built with the express purpose of preventing escape, yet entirely devoid of the crucial keys required to grant access, or, more disturbingly, to release its unfortunate occupants. Picture a newly constructed oubliette, a pit designed for a swift and definitive imprisonment, perhaps for a captured brigand or a rebellious serf. The stonemasons have toiled, the masons have set the stones, and the carpenters have fitted the heavy oak door, reinforced with iron bands. The entrance, likely a trapdoor or a small low aperture, is designed to be secure. But where are the keys? Perhaps the smith, tasked with their creation, was interrupted before he could finish the set. Or perhaps the original set, intended for the dungeon master or the castellan, was misplaced during a transfer of duties, lost in the chaotic churn of castle administration. The prisoner, shoved unceremoniously into the darkness, might spend his first hours, even days, in a state of bewildered terror, not from the immediate threat of torture, but from the gnawing realization that his captors may have simply forgotten him. The oh dear in such a scenario would not be a sharp cry of pain or embarrassment, but a slow, creeping dread, a cold sweat of dawning horror as the silence stretched, broken only by the echo of his own desperate cries. This wasn't necessarily an act of sadism. It was a testament to a fundamental lack of robust procedure. In a world where records were scrawled on parchment and duties shifted with the whims of lords and the vagaries of war, vital details could, and often did, slip through the cracks. A jailer might be dismissed, carrying with him the only known key to a particular cell. A lord, displeased with his keeper of the keys, might have him thrown into that very cell, only to realize hours later that the spare set was kept in the disgraced man's own quarters. The ensuing frantic search, the opening of other doors in a desperate attempt to locate the necessary instrument of release, would be a scene of farcical desperation played out against a backdrop of genuine human suffering. The irony would not be lost on the prisoner, listening to the muffled sounds of panicked activity outside his stone tomb, knowing that his continued confinement was a consequence of bureaucratic incompetence rather than a calculated act of cruelty. The sheer absurdity of this situation cannot be overstated. A dungeon, by its very definition, is a place of absolute control, of enforced stillness. Yet, when the mechanism of control itself is broken or missing, the very purpose of the space is undermined, leaving it as a monument to administrative failure. Imagine the Castellan, stout and red-faced, bellowing at his subordinates, demanding to know the whereabouts of the key to the pit or the holding cell. The panic would be palpable. Servants would be tearing through chambers, under beds, through chests, their own fear of reprisal a potent motivator. The prisoner, meanwhile, would be left to ponder the grim humor of his predicament. Imprisoned not by the strength of the walls, but by the sheer ineptitude of those who built and maintained them. The "oh dear" here would be uttered by those desperately searching, the dawning realization of a monumental error, a chilling premonition of the consequences that would surely follow. Beyond the missing keys, the very design of some confinement spaces presented a terrifying risk of accidental entrapment. Consider the ingenious, yet perilous nature of certain sliding bolt mechanisms. These were often robust, crafted from heavy iron, and designed to securely fasten a door from the outside. However, the rudimentary nature of their construction and the often less than precise fitting of the parts could lead to a bolt jamming. A jailer, wrestling with a stiff bolt on a cold, damp morning, might inadvertently force it into a position from which it could not be retracted. The heavy iron would slide home with a sickening thud, only to refuse to budge when he later attempted to open the door. The initial annoyance would quickly give way to alarm, and then to a creeping terror as he found himself locked inside the very cell he was meant to oversee. The grim joke would then be on him, trapped within the suffocating confines of the dungeon. The same dank air that would soon plague his prisoner would now fill his own lungs. He would be subjected to the same gnawing hunger, the same crushing isolation. His frantic pounding on the door, his desperate pleas for release, would be met with an unnerving silence from the outside world, a world that had no immediate reason to suspect his plight. He might have been the one holding the keys just moments before, but now, as the tables were turned, the stone walls a testament to his own, or perhaps his predecessor's, fatal error. The "oh dear" in this instance would be a guttural cry of pure terror, a visceral acknowledgement of his own unintended imprisonment. This particular form of dungeon without keys highlights a broader, more pervasive issue: the inherent fragility of medieval systems. While the grand edifices of castles exuded an aura of permanence and strength, their day-to-day functioning often relied on a delicate and often flawed human element. The complex web of locks, keys, bolts, and chains was only as effective as the people tasked with managing them. A single lapse in concentration, a moment of fatigue, a careless gesture, and the entire system could collapse, turning a place of intended control into a death trap. The consequences of such accidental entrapment could be dire. Food and water would eventually run out. The already unhealthy air would become stagnant and suffocating. The psychological toll of being locked away, even by one's own mistake, could be immense. While the prisoner might have had the grim satisfaction of witnessing his captor's misfortune, the reality for both was a shared descent into despair. The castle, which represented order and authority, was revealed to be riddled with such potential for chaotic breakdown. The "oh dear" would echo not just from the cell, but from the frantic efforts to retrieve the trapped jailer, the mounting realization of another catastrophic failure in the castle's operational matrix. Moreover, the very accessibility of some prison spaces, while seemingly less secure, presented its own unique set of dangers. Think of cells that were not deep oubliettes, but rather small, stone rooms off a corridor, secured by a heavy wooden door and a substantial bolt. While seemingly straightforward, these could also become prisons without keys, particularly in the case of fire. Medieval castles, with their extensive use of timber and flammable materials, were perpetually at risk of conflagration. If a fire were to break out, perhaps in the barracks or a nearby storeroom, and spread towards the dungeon area, the chaos that would ensue could be absolute. Imagine a jailer tasked with the swift release of his charges in the event of a fire. In the panic, the smoke, and the heat, he might fumble with the bolts, or perhaps a crucial set of keys might be lost in the frantic scramble. He might manage to open some cells, but others, particularly those with particularly stiff or complex locking mechanisms, might remain stubbornly sealed. The prisoner inside, choking on smoke and despair, would hear the sounds of the fire raging, the shouts of the frantic guards outside, and yet remain a prisoner, his hope of escape extinguished by a jammed bolt or a lost key. The "oh dear" from the outside would be a cry of panicked frustration, a desperate attempt to force open a door that refused to yield, while from within, the silence would be the loudest testament to their fate. The fire would consume not only the wood and thatch of the castle, but also the very concept of justice, leaving behind only the ashes of broken systems and forgotten lives. The negligence extended even to the most basic of human needs. While oubliettes were designed to prevent escape, the reality of managing a prisoner over an extended period meant that access was, at some point, required. This brought us back to the issue of keys. Without them, the fundamental act of sustenance, of providing water or a meager meal, became impossible. The prisoner would not starve as a result of a deliberate policy, but as a consequence of an absent key. The "oh dear" would be the slow, agonizing realization of the prisoner's plight by those on the outside, an acknowledgement of their own failure to plan for the most basic aspect of their charge, keeping their prisoner alive, even in confinement. This wasn't the dramatic "oh dear" of a sudden fall, but the drawn-out, mournful sigh of prolonged neglect, a testament to the casual cruelty that could arise from simple, structural oversight. The dungeon, in its most terrifying form, was not always a place of active torment, but a void created by a missing key, a forgotten procedure, and the chilling indifference of circumstance. In the grand tapestry of medieval castle construction, where stone rose to scrape the heavens and battlements stood as stoic guardians against unseen foes, a curious absent thread often ran through the very fabric of design, a rigorous consideration for safety. Unlike the meticulously planned safety features of our modern habitations, where risers are uniform, handrails are ubiquitous, and every potential hazard is meticulously cataloged and mitigated, medieval castle architecture often seemed to be guided by a different compass altogether. It was a compass that pointed not towards calculated risk assessment, but towards something far more ephemeral, something akin to an aesthetic imperative, a perceived strategic advantage, or, as we might colloquially put it today, a certain set of vibes. This subjective approach to building, this design by conjecture, meant that architectural choices were frequently driven by intuition, tradition, and an almost visceral gut level feeling, rather than by empirical data or methodical calculations. Consider the master mason, a man whose hands were as accustomed to the rough embrace of granite as they were to the delicate shaping of a capital. He might, in the midst of overseeing the construction of a new gatehouse, approve a particularly precarious overhang for a matriculation, not because he had calculated the precise load-bearing capacity or tested the wind shear, but because it looked more imposing, more fearsome, more in keeping with the castle's menacing aura. The vibe of intimidating power, the visual declaration of impregnability, trumped the sober assessment of structural integrity. This reliance on vibes manifested in a myriad of ways, often with consequences that were more theatrical than truly functional, and certainly far more hazardous than any modern building inspector would ever permit. Take, for instance, the ascents within a castle. While a well designed staircase might feature a consistent incline, a manageable number of steps between landings, and perhaps even a gentle curve to ease the climb, many medieval staircases seem to revel in their own perilous nature. They were often narrow, winding affairs, spiraling upwards with an almost dizzying intensity. The steps themselves could be uneven, worn smooth by centuries of wear, or crudely fashioned, presenting a treacherous surface, especially in damp or icy conditions. The rationale behind such designs was often rooted in military strategy. A narrower, more twisting staircase made it harder for attackers to ascend in formation and allowed defenders to channel them into a concentrated killing zone. But the practical consequence for the castle's inhabitants, from the lord himself to the humblest scullery maid, was a constant low-level risk of a broken neck or a twisted ankle. The vibe here was one of defensibility, of channeling aggression, but the underlying reality was a daily gamble with gravity. One can readily picture a scene where a lord, perhaps surveying the progress of a new keep, might point to a particular corner and declare, "That battering point needs to be sharper, more aggressive. It feels weak." The mason, perhaps sensing a growing impatience, would nod and instruct his team to reshape the stone, to create a more dramatic, more menacing angle. No one would consult texts on structural stress or consult treatises on the physics of impact. The decision would be made on the fly, dictated by the fleeting impression of power. The result might be a visually striking detail, a sharp, aggressive line that perfectly captured the desired feel of the castle, but it could also create a stress point, a hidden vulnerability that, under duress, might prove disastrous. The aesthetic, the vibe of ferocity, was king. This tendency to design by conjecture, by an almost artistic intuition, extended to many other aspects of castle life. Think of the placement of windows and embrasures. While strategic considerations for line of sight and defense were paramount, there were also instances where the desire for a certain dramatic effect, for a particular play of light and shadow, would dictate their placement. A window might be positioned not for optimal illumination of a living space, but to catch the morning sun at a specific angle, creating a fleeting, almost spiritual glow within a hall, imbuing it with a particular vibe. The cost, however, might be an awkward draft, a patch of perpetual cold, or a structural weakness that compromised the wall's integrity. The ephemeral beauty of a sunbeam, the perceived spiritual resonance of light, was valued over the practical comfort and safety of the occupants. The notion of a grand vista also played a significant role in this design by conjecture. A lord might decree that a certain parapet must offer an unobstructed view of the surrounding countryside, not for strategic observation, but for the sheer pleasure of the panorama. This could lead to the construction of exposed walkways, precarious battlements with inadequate protective features, or the creation of access points that, while offering a glorious view, also presented a tempting vulnerability to attackers. The vibe of commanding dominion over the landscape, the psychological satisfaction of surveying one's domain from on high, was a powerful motivator, and in its pursuit, safety considerations could easily be relegated to a secondary concern. This subjective approach to design was not necessarily born of malice or deliberate negligence. Rather, it was a reflection of the era, a time when architectural knowledge was often passed down through apprenticeships and oral traditions, rather than codified in standardized texts. The master mason was a skilled craftsman, but his expertise was often practical and intuitive, honed by years of experience and a deep understanding of the materials he worked with. However, this knowledge was not always systematically applied to every conceivable scenario, especially when dealing with factors like long-term structural fatigue, the subtle effects of weather over decades, or the precise mechanics of load bearing. The sheer variety of castle designs also contributed to this lack of standardized safety. Each castle was, to a degree, a unique entity, shaped by the specific topography of its site, the available resources, and the individual vision of its patron. While there were certainly overarching principles of fortification and design that were widely understood, the implementation of these principles was left to the discretion of the builders on the ground. This resulted in a rich diversity of architectural solutions, but also in a significant variability in the underlying safety and robustness of these structures. A castle built in a region with readily available, high quality stone might exhibit a different level of inherent structural soundness than one built with more humble materials. The vibes of the local geology, one might say, influenced the fundamental safety of the edifice. Furthermore, the economics of castle building played a crucial role. Construction was a monumental undertaking, often spanning years, even decades, and requiring vast expenditures of labor and resources. In such a context, decisions were often made to optimize for cost effectiveness and speed of completion, particularly if the perceived threat was not immediate. A more robust, safer design might require more time, more specialized labor, and more expensive materials. If these were not readily available, or if the patron was eager to see the castle finished, then compromises would inevitably be made. The vibe of urgency, the desire to occupy the new stronghold, could override a more cautious, safety conscious approach. The consequences of this design by conjecture could be profoundly tragic. A seemingly minor oversight, an assumption made on a hunch rather than a calculation, could lead to catastrophic failure years or even centuries down the line. A parapet that was designed to look imposing but was inadequately reinforced could collapse under the weight of snow or the impact of a cannonball. A winding staircase, built for defensive purposes, could become a death trap when an unexpected fire broke out, its narrow confines quickly filling with smoke and heat, making escape a desperate, often futile struggle. The vibe of formidable defense, of impenetrable strength, could mask a fundamental fragility, a latent susceptibility to disaster. Consider the case of a lord who, captivated by the dramatic sweep of a particular architectural flourish, insisted on a cantilevered balcony projecting from a high tower. The mason, perhaps, might have expressed some reservations, a subtle unease about the sheer weight of the stone and the cantilever's extent. But the lord's desire, his vision of regal grandeur, held sway. The stone was quarried, the masons toiled, and the balcony was indeed erected, a testament to the patron's will and the craftsman's skill. It might have looked magnificent, providing an unparalleled vantage point, a truly impressive vibe of power and elevation. But without rigorous engineering analysis, without a deep understanding of stress distribution in cantilevers, its long-term stability remained uncertain. A single severe storm, a significant tremor, or even the cumulative effect of thermal expansion and contraction over many years could, and in some cases did, lead to its dramatic and fatal collapse, sending unfortunate occupants plummeting to their deaths. The social implications of this approach were also profound. The very spaces where people lived, worked, and slept were imbued with an inherent, often unacknowledged risk. While the nobility might have enjoyed the dramatic vistas and imposing aesthetics, it was often the servants, the soldiers, and the laborers who bore the brunt of these design flaws. Their daily routines involved navigating these potentially hazardous spaces, and their lives were, in a very real sense, at the mercy of the architectural vibes that dictated their surroundings. A carelessly placed beam, a poorly secured floorboard, an inadequately drained passageway. These were not abstract problems, but tangible threats to their well-being. The absence of formal safety regulations, coupled with the reliance on intuitive design, meant that there was no independent oversight body to scrutinize architectural plans, no codified set of building codes to ensure minimum safety standards. The ultimate arbiter of design was the patron, often a man of war and politics, whose priorities might not always align with the practical safety of those who lived within his walls. His vibe, be it of power, prestige, or practicality, was the ultimate determinant. This created a system where architectural innovation and aesthetic ambition could sometimes outpace the understanding of its inherent risks, leading to structures that were, in essence, sophisticated conjectures about resilience and safety. The legacy of this design by conjecture is still visible in the ruins of medieval castles today. The crumbling battlements, the sagging archways, the precarious staircases. These are not merely signs of age and decay, but tangible reminders of an era where architectural decisions were often driven by factors other than pure, unadulterated safety. The vibes that the original builders sought to evoke, power, intimidation, strategic advantage, regal splendor, were undeniably potent, shaping the very character of these enduring structures. Yet, beneath the imposing facade, there often lay a subtle compromise, a concession to intuition over calculation, a design driven by what felt right rather than what was demonstrably safe. This inherent tension between aesthetic aspiration and practical security is one of the defining characteristics of medieval architecture, a testament to the complex interplay of human ambition, technological understanding, and the enduring power of a well chosen vibe. It is a reminder that even the most formidable stone fortresses were at their core human endeavors, subject to the same fallibilities of judgment and the same subtle biases that shape our own designs today. The silent stones themselves seem to whisper tales of moments when a mason's hunch, a lord's whim, or a desire for a more dramatic silhouette trumped the sober, often tedious work of ensuring absolute safety, and in doing so, left a subtle imprint of peril upon their very foundations. The very air within the castle walls often seemed to thicken with the weight of unspoken instructions, a tacit understanding of how to move, where to step, and which passages to avoid. For the inhabitants, particularly those who traversed its stony veins daily, a sort of internal map, intuitive and hard won, was an essential survival tool. But for the outsider, the messenger bearing news from distant lands, or a newly appointed servant, the castle's interior could be a bewildering and treacherous expanse. It was a place where architectural intention, often dictated by defense or aesthetic whim, had inadvertently sculpted a series of navigational puzzles that, when misread, could lead to dire consequences. Consider the Lord's prized falconer, a man as adept at reading the skies as he was at understanding the subtle flick of a bird's wing. He was tasked with relaying a message of utmost urgency from the eastern battlements to the west wing, a missive that could determine the fate of a skirmish unfolding miles away. The fastest route, he knew, was not the broad, echoing main staircase, but a series of service passages, a network of shortcuts known only to those intimately familiar with the castle's innards. Yet, on this particular day, a thick fog had rolled in from the coast, obscuring familiar landmarks even within the castle's embrace, and an unfamiliar guard, seeking to impress with his diligence, had recently moved a stack of discarded tapestries, inadvertently masking the subtle carving that usually marked the entrance to one such passage. The falconer, his mind already rehearsed with the vital words he carried, reached the junction. He knew the correct path lay to his left, down a narrow stone-lined chute that descended sharply, the air growing cooler and damper with each step. But the guard's misplaced tapestries, like a sly fox obscuring a familiar trail marker, presented an alternative, wider corridor to his right. This passage, though less frequently used, appeared equally plausible, its floor paved with flagstones worn smooth by the passage of countless feet. Trusting his memory, or perhaps a momentary lapse in his usual keen observation, he chose the path to the right. This seemingly innocuous misstep began a slow descent into confusion. The corridor, instead of leading him towards the West Wing's residential quarters, curved unexpectedly, then split into two equally uninviting branches. The air here was still, heavy with the scent of damp earth and forgotten things. Cobwebs, thick as spun wool, draped from the vaulted ceiling, catching the meager light that filtered from high arrow-slit windows. He paused, a flicker of unease disturbing his focus. The message he carried was for the Lord's ears alone, its contents vital to the immediate defense of the castle. He could not afford to be delayed. He chose the left branch, hoping it would eventually bring him back to familiar territory. This second passage was even narrower, its walls slick with a persistent moisture. The steps here were not evenly spaced, some shallow and wide, others steeply angled, as if carved by a mason who had grown weary of his task. He moved with increasing haste, his boots clattering on the uneven stone, the sound swallowed by the oppressive silence. The passage turned again and again, each bend offering no hint of the castle's outer configuration. He was deep within its heart, in a place designed perhaps for storage or for discreet movements of household staff, but now utterly disorienting. The carefully constructed vibe of impregnable defense had for him morphed into an almost suffocating sense of being trapped. His urgency warred with a growing dread. He called out, his voice a thin thread against the stone, but no echo returned, only the damp stillness of the unyielding walls. He pressed on, his hands running along the cold, damp surfaces, searching for any sign, any carving, any deviation that might signal a way out. He found only more stone, more curves, more inexplicable junctions. The very architecture, so often lauded for its strategic genius, had become his prison. The swift delivery of his crucial message was now in grave doubt, his own safety equally precarious. This labyrinthine quality was not entirely accidental. The very principles of fortification encouraged such internal complexity. Defenders needed to be able to move unseen, to channel attackers into choke points, and to have multiple fallback positions. This often translated into a deliberate obfuscation of the castle's layout, a deliberate design to confuse and disorient any who were not intimately familiar with its secrets. Passages might lead to dead ends, staircases might spiral in ways that made pursuit difficult, and seemingly solid walls might conceal hidden doorways. While this served the castle's defensive purpose, it simultaneously transformed the internal landscape into a complex, often unforgiving puzzle. Imagine a medieval castle as a particularly intricate board game where the pieces are people and the board is a bewildering array of stone corridors, chambers, and stairwells. The rules of movement were not clearly laid out, and the objective, reaching a specific destination, could be frustratingly elusive for the common soldier assigned to patrol duty or a servant carrying supplies. Navigating these internal pathways was a daily challenge, a test of memory and spatial awareness. A wrong turn could mean a significant delay, a reprimand from a superior, or worse, finding oneself in an unauthorized or dangerous area. The messenger, in his haste, had fallen prey to a common architectural oversight, the failure to adequately signpost or illuminate the myriad of paths within the castle. While the main thoroughfares might have been generally understood, the secondary and tertiary routes, the veins and arteries of the castle's daily life, were often left to the vagaries of memory and the ambient light that seeped through narrow embrasures or high windows. In the daytime, this might have been manageable, but as dusk began to settle, or during periods of poor weather, these passages could transform into veritable traps. The falconer, realizing his predicament, decided to retrace his steps, but the turns he had taken seemed to mock him, each corridor appearing remarkably similar to the last. He began to doubt his own memory, the clarity of his internal map faltering under the pressure of his failed mission. He recalled a specific texture of moss growing on the left-hand wall of the passage he should have taken. He searched frantically, his fingers scraping against the cold, damp stone, looking for any sign of that familiar growth. He found it, but it was on the wall to his right, in a passage he had not yet explored. Was this the correct path after all, and had he been mistaken about the moss? Or had he, in his confusion, simply found a similar patch of growth in a completely different part of the castle's underbelly? The psychological toll of such disorientation was not insignificant. For a trained messenger, whose livelihood depended on efficiency and timely delivery, becoming lost within the very walls he was sworn to protect was a profound failure. It chipped away at his confidence, his sense of purpose, the urgency of his message, the weight of its importance only amplified his frustration. He imagined the Lord waiting, the skirmish on the horizon, the missed opportunity because he, the falconer, had become a prisoner of stone. The architectural choices that contributed to this labyrinthine quality were often rooted in a desire to create specific spatial experiences. A lord might commission a private passage hidden behind a tapestry or a false bookshelf, allowing him to move between chambers discreetly, perhaps for a clandestine meeting or to avoid an unwelcome visitor. These passages, while serving a specific social or political purpose, often added to the overall complexity of the castle's internal navigation. They were deliberately obscure, and their existence was not common knowledge. For someone like the falconer, stumbling upon such a passage without understanding its function or destination, it was merely another dead end, another twist in the maze. Furthermore, the very act of castle construction was often iterative. Additions and modifications were made over generations, reflecting changing needs, new defensive technologies, or the evolving tastes of successive lords. A new wing might be added, requiring new access points, but the old passages and corridors might remain, their original purpose obscured, or their connections to the newer parts of the castle left ambiguous. This organic growth, while adding character and a sense of history, could also create a bewildering overlay of different architectural eras and intentions, making the castle's internal geography a palimpsest of forgotten designs and evolving layouts. The falconer, after what felt like an eternity, found himself in a large, vaulted chamber. It was clearly a storage area, filled with barrels, crates, and the musty scent of grain. A single, narrow doorway offered an exit, and with a surge of desperate hope, he moved towards it. This doorway opened onto a short flight of stairs, and as he ascended, he could feel a subtle shift in the air, a hint of the outside world. He emerged, not into the west wing as intended, but onto an unfamiliar parapet on the southern side of the castle. He was closer to his destination, but still far from it, and his initial path had led him on a wild, time consuming detour. His misstep had cost him precious time. The message, though still in his possession, was now late. The Lord would be displeased, and the consequences of the delay, while not yet fully understood, were likely to be significant. The irony was not lost on him. He had been tasked with speed and accuracy, yet the very structure designed to protect and house him had become the instrument of his failure. The castle, in its architectural complexity, had not only presented a physical challenge, but had also subtly undermined his mission. The narrative of the falconer's plight serves as a stark reminder of how architectural design, even with the best of intentions, can have unforeseen and detrimental consequences. The desire for strategic advantage, the creation of specific atmospheres, and the organic evolution of structures could inadvertently fashion internal landscapes that were as disorienting as any natural wilderness. For those tasked with navigating these spaces under pressure, the castle's labyrinthine corridors were not merely architectural features, but potential pitfalls capable of silencing vital messages and imperiling lives. The messenger's misstep was, in essence, a testament to the castle's own complex and sometimes treacherous internal nature. The very stones, meant to be a bulwark of defense, could also become a prison of confusion. The issue was not merely one of poorly lit passageways or winding stairs. It extended to the very definition of a path within the castle. What appeared to be a thoroughfare might in reality be a defunct route, its original purpose forgotten, its access points sealed off or altered over time, yet still appearing on the rudimentary internal maps that inhabitants carried in their minds. The falconer, relying on a mental image of the castle's circulatory system, had encountered a section where the blood had long since ceased to flow, a place where the architecture had become fossilized, its purpose rendered obsolete. Yet its physical form remained, a silent testament to a past configuration. Consider the case of a castle that had been incrementally strengthened over centuries. A new curtain wall might have been erected, rendering an older gatehouse redundant. The passages leading to that old gatehouse, once bustling with activity, might have been left intact, their entrances merely bricked over or obscured by newer construction. For someone like the falconer, unfamiliar with the latest modifications or the nuances of its historical development, these sealed off routes could present a tempting but ultimately misleading detour. He might have seen a familiar archway, a known turning, only to find himself facing a solid wall, his progress halted, his internal map cruelly invalidated. The social stratification within the castle also played a role in this navigational challenge. The lord and his immediate family, and perhaps the highest ranking knights and advisors, would have enjoyed direct access to the most efficient routes, their quarters often strategically placed, and their pathways clearly understood. The servants, however, particularly those in the lower echelons, would have been relegated to the less desirable, more circuitous routes. Their tasks often required them to traverse the castle's less salubrious areas, the kitchens, the cellars, the service corridors that snaked around the more noble chambers. These were precisely the areas most prone to disrepair, to poor lighting, and to the kind of architectural ambiguity that could lead to a messenger's disastrous wrong turn. The falconer, by choosing the wider, seemingly more open passage, had inadvertently bypassed the cramped utilitarian routes typically used by the castle's staff. He had, in effect, tried to navigate the castle as if it were a modern, well ordered building with clearly marked entrances and exits. But medieval castles, in their very essence, resisted such easy categorization. They were organic, evolving entities, their internal logic a complex web of defensive imperatives, social hierarchies, and the slow accretion of centuries of construction and alteration. The vibe of the castle, so often curated for external perception, its imposing battlements, its grand halls, often masked a chaotic and disorienting internal reality. The falconer's experience was a microcosm of this disconnect. He was a man of the air, accustomed to clear sight lines and predictable trajectories. When thrust into the castle's terrestrial maze, his skills, so honed for open skies, proved insufficient. The very stones that were meant to be his allies, the defenders of his lord, had become his silent, insurmountable adversaries. His failure was not solely a matter of a misplaced tapestry, but a consequence of the castle's intrinsic nature, a structure that demanded not just loyalty and courage, but an intimate, almost instinctual understanding of its bewildering, ever shifting interior. The message, however vital, was rendered moot by the very labyrinth it was meant to traverse. The stark contrast between a medieval castle and a modern home, when viewed through the lens of safety and practicality, is a jarring one, often eliciting a darkly humorous appreciation for the sheer audacity of medieval life. Imagine, if you will, a contemporary dwelling, meticulously designed with the occupant's comfort and well being as paramount. Staircases boast sturdy, wide treads and are flanked by robust handrails, reassuringly solid beneath the touch. Every landing is illuminated, not by the flickering uncertainty of a candle or the dim diffusion of a high, narrow slit, but by consistent, reliable electric light. Fireplaces, if they exist, are equipped with well maintained flues and spark guards, offering warmth without the ever present threat of conflagration. Windows, often large and double glazed, provide ample light and insulation, keeping out the chill and the damp. This is a space where one can move with a degree of casual confidence, where the potential for accidental injury is minimized by a legion of thoughtful, albeit often unseen, safety features. Now, cast your mind back to the stone behemoths of the medieval era. The very concept of a well lit staircase was largely aspirational, often limited to the grander halls or the lord's private solar. For the vast majority of the castle's inhabitants, navigating the interior after dusk was an exercise in calculated risk. A simple descent from an upper level could be a perilous undertaking. Steps, worn smooth by centuries of use, or worse, unevenly chipped by hastily employed stonemasons, offered little in the way of dependable purchase. There were no ubiquitous handrails, no comforting banisters to steady a faltering step. Instead, one's sole reliance was on the ambient light that managed to pierce the thick stone walls through arrow slits, or perhaps the wavering glow of a poorly shielded torch clutched in a free hand. The vibe of safety was an alien concept. Survival was the order of the day. Consider the ubiquitous presence of children within a medieval household. In a modern home, A toddler's exploration is usually managed within a framework of childproofing. Gates on stairs, socket covers, rounded furniture corners. In a castle, the sheer scale of the structure and its inherent design meant that for a young child, the castle was a veritable adventure playground, but one fraught with unimagined perils. A misstep on a stone staircase could lead to a tumble, not just down a few steps, but potentially a dizzying descent through multiple levels, ending in a way that no modern parent would ever contemplate. The parapets, offering breathtaking views, were also terrifyingly open, with no safety netting or high walls to prevent a curious child from venturing too close to the edge. Even the courtyards, while appearing open, could harbor unexpected hazards, discarded tools, unstable piles of rubble from ongoing repairs, or the sheer drop from a slightly raised platform. The idea of child safety as we understand it was an anachronism so profound it bordered on the absurd. The castle was not designed with the fragile, the young, or the infirm in mind. It was a testament to formidable defense, and its internal environment reflected that singular, often brutal priority. The absence of readily available and effective fire safety measures was another critical failing. In a modern building, fire alarms, sprinkler systems, and clearly marked fire escapes are standard. In a castle, a stray spark from an open hearth, an overturned lamp in a hay-filled stable, or a carelessly discarded ember from a smithy's forge could swiftly escalate into an inferno that the castle's thick stone walls, so effective against external assault, might do little to contain internally. Escape routes were often convoluted, and the very materials used in construction, timber beams, tapestries, rushes strewn on floors, were highly combustible. Once a fire took hold, particularly in the interior spaces that were densely packed with flammable materials, the castle could transform into a roaring furnace, trapping its inhabitants within. The vibe of a warm hearth on a winter's night was a precarious one, balanced on the knife edge of potential disaster. A simple oversight could condemn an entire household to a fiery demise, a stark reminder of the limited understanding of fire dynamics in the medieval period. Insulation, too, was a luxury entirely absent from the medieval castle's design. Modern homes are engineered to retain heat, to keep out the biting winds and the pervasive damp. Castle walls, often several feet thick of solid stone, offered excellent thermal mass, which could help regulate temperature to some extent. However, they also served as magnificent conduits for the cold. In winter, entire sections of the castle could become unbearably frigid, with icy drafts whistling through arrow slits and ill-fitting doors. The internal living spaces, while perhaps warmed by fires, were still subject to the raw, unyielding chill that permeated the very fabric of the stone. Imagine sleeping in a room where the air itself felt brittle with cold, where frost could form on the inner walls, and where the simple act of breathing could feel like inhaling shards of ice. This was not a minor inconvenience. It was a constant, enervating presence that contributed to illness and a general malaise. The castle's vibe in winter was one of pervasive, bone-deep cold, a far cry from the cozy interiors we expect today. Consider the plumbing and sanitation. Modern homes boast sophisticated drainage systems, running water, and flush toilets. Castles, on the average, were far more primitive. While some might have had rudimentary garderobes, projecting chutes that led to a cesspit or moat, these were often unsanitary, poorly ventilated, and a source of unpleasant odors. Waste disposal was a constant challenge, and the accumulation of refuse within and around the castle, particularly in less affluent areas, could create breeding grounds for disease. The pervasive smell, the potential for contamination, and the sheer unpleasantness of dealing with waste were realities of castle life that we, in our sanitized modern world, can scarcely comprehend. The vibe of a medieval castle was rarely one of pristine cleanliness. The realities of waste management were a constant olfactory reminder of its less than modern facilities. The very act of building and maintaining a castle, in stark contrast to the prefabricated or highly engineered components of modern construction, was a more direct confrontation with the raw materials of nature and the inherent risks associated with them. Stone was quarried, often with considerable danger to the laborers. Timber was felled, a process that could result in serious injury from falling trees or equipment. The construction itself was a monumental undertaking, requiring immense physical labor and often exposing workers to the elements and the inherent dangers of working at height. Even after construction, the maintenance of such a massive structure presented ongoing risks. Ladders, scaffolding, and the simple act of traversing battlements or towers to effect repairs all carried their own potential for fatal accidents. The vibe of a castle under construction or repair was one of constant tangible peril for those involved. Let's delve deeper into the specific vulnerabilities that made castles death traps in ways modern homes are not. In a modern dwelling, sharp edges are minimized. Furniture is often rounded or upholstered. Even kitchen knives have safety features or are stored with guards. Castles, however, were replete with potential hazards. Stone corbels jutted out at head height. Portcullises, while defensive, could crush an unwary individual, and the very architecture often incorporated sharp, unyielding angles. The rough-hewn stone, the projecting battlements, the ironwork of gates and doors, all of these were potential sources of injury. A simple stumble on an uneven floor could result in a nasty gash from an unexpectedly sharp projection. The vibe of a castle was one of raw, untamed materiality, where the very surfaces could inflict harm. The concept of accessible design is a cornerstone of modern architecture, catering to individuals with disabilities or limited mobility. Medieval castles were the antithesis of this. The presence of uneven terrain, narrow stairwells, and inaccessible upper levels meant that for anyone not in good physical health, life within the castle could be severely restricted, even perilous. A person with a broken leg, for instance, would face an almost insurmountable challenge navigating the castle's interior. The sheer physicality demanded by the castle's design excluded many, and those who did not possess robust health were at a constant disadvantage, their mobility limited, and their risk of injury amplified. The vibe of a castle was one of requiring a certain physical prowess, a robustness that the infirm could not easily attain. The materials themselves, while seemingly durable, also presented unique dangers. Lead was often used in construction, particularly for roofing and window sashes. The long-term exposure to lead, both for workers and inhabitants, posed significant health risks that were poorly understood at the time. The dust generated from working with lead or the flaking of old lead paint could lead to lead poisoning, a debilitating condition. While this might not have been an immediate, dramatic cause of death in the same way as a fall, it represented a more insidious, chronic threat inherent in the building materials themselves. The castle's very substance, meant to endure for centuries, contained within it the seeds of long term ill health, a subtle but significant element of its death trap nature. The vibe of enduring stone also carried with it the vibe of latent toxicity. Consider the internal climate control, or rather the lack thereof. Modern homes often have sophisticated heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. Castles, as mentioned, were subject to the whims of the external environment. In the summer, they could become stiflingly hot, with poor ventilation trapping heat and making life unbearable. In the winter, as discussed, they were incredibly cold. This lack of control over the internal environment contributed to a constant state of discomfort and could exacerbate existing health conditions. Furthermore, the fluctuating temperatures could lead to condensation, causing dampness and promoting the growth of mold and mildew, which are detrimental to respiratory health. The vibe of a castle was one of atmospheric extremity, rarely offering a neutral or consistently comfortable environment. The very purpose of the castle as a defensive structure contributed to its hazardous interior. Many passages were deliberately narrow to channel attackers. Staircases often spiraled in clockwise directions when viewed from the top, forcing right-handed attackers to expose their sword-wielding arm. While tactically sound, these features made everyday movement awkward and potentially dangerous, especially when carrying objects or moving with haste. The uneven risers and narrow treads of these spiraling staircases were a constant threat to those who had to use them daily. The vibe of a defensive stronghold was for its inhabitants the vibe of navigating a series of built-in obstacles. The acoustic properties of castles also played a role in their treacherous nature. Vast, stone-lined halls and corridors amplified sounds, creating echoes that could disorient. In a crisis, such as a fire or an attack, the cacophony of noise, combined with the smoke and confusion, could make it almost impossible to hear warnings or directions. The very solidity of the stone, which made castles imposing, also contributed to a potentially chaotic soundscape when things went wrong. The vibe of echoing silence could, in an instant, transform into a deafening roar of panic, amplified by the unforgiving stone. The stark comparison between a medieval castle and a modern home reveals a fundamental shift in priorities, where we now prioritize safety, comfort, and accessibility. Medieval builders focused on defense, status, and durability. This singular focus, while creating magnificent and enduring structures, inadvertently sculpted interior environments that were rife with potential dangers. The modern homeowner, accustomed to a predictable and largely safe environment, would likely find the castle an alien and terrifying place. The casual reliance on safety features that we take for granted, the sturdy railing, the illuminated pathway, the fire alarm, were simply non-existent in the medieval castle. This absence transformed the castle from a mere dwelling into a magnificent, yet often unforgiving death trap, a place where the very architecture designed for protection could, with a single misstep or a moment of carelessness, become the instrument of one's demise. The enduring vibe of the castle, for all its historical grandeur, is one of constant, inherent risk, a powerful testament to a bygone era where life itself was lived on a far more precarious edge. The grandiosity of castle architecture, designed to project power and withstand sieges, often contained within its very stone a tapestry of subtle yet deadly hazards. While the previous discussion painted a broad picture of inherent dangers, Tales from the Ramparts, Accidental Endings, seeks to illuminate these risks through the unfortunate and often poignant experiences of those who called these formidable structures home. These are not tales of heroic last stands against invading armies, but rather the quiet, often overlooked tragedies that befell individuals due to the very nature of their surroundings. The castle, a symbol of security and permanence, could with chilling efficiency become the agent of a swift and unexpected demise. Consider the lords and ladies, figures of privilege and authority, whose lives were ostensibly shielded from the common struggles of the lower classes. Yet, even their elevated status offered no true sanctuary from the architectural pitfalls. The story, albeit apocryphal in its specifics, but illustrative of a common danger, of Baron Guillaume de Montaigne, is one such cautionary tale. Renowned for his love of fine wine and his somewhat portly physique, the Baron met his end not on the battlefield, nor through poison administered by a rival, but in the rather unglamorous confines of his castle's privy. The garderobe, a projecting chamber often accessed via a narrow, dimly lit passage, was a notoriously unpleasant place, even in the best of circumstances. For the Baron, accustomed to leisurely indulgences, a particular evening found him indulging in an excess of arborean red, his senses dulled by its potent warmth. He was making his way to the privy, a dimly lit recess at the end of a stone corridor, relying on the faint glow of a single, sputtering torch. The stone floor, polished smooth by centuries of use, and perhaps slick with condensation or the residue of spilled ale from earlier revelries, offered treacherous footing. In his slightly unsteady state, the Baron misjudged his step. His foot skidded, sending him lurching forward. Instead of finding purchase, his hands scrabbled against the rough-hewn stone wall, and then, with a sickening lurch, he lost his balance entirely. The privy chute, designed to deposit waste into the moat or a cesspit below, was a dark, vertical abyss. Whether he fell wholly into the chute or struck his head with fatal force against its unforgiving stone lip during his uncontrolled descent, accounts vary. However, the gruesome discovery made by a chamberlain the following morning, the Baron's body lodged in the chute, a stark testament to a moment's carelessness in a place of necessary but inherently undignified bodily function, cemented his ignominious end. It was a death that offered no glory, only a grimly ironic illustration of how even the most basic architectural features, combined with a lapse in judgment, could lead to utter catastrophe. The irony was palpable. A man who had faced down countless human enemies, felled by the very structure he inhabited, in a place designed for the most mundane of human needs. The perils were not confined to the private chambers of the nobility. Guests, too, were subject to the castle's caprices. Lady Eleanor of Avignon, visiting the formidable Chateau de Roche Blanche as a prospective bride, became another victim of the castle's less hospitable features. The castle was undergoing minor repairs on its upper battlements, a common occurrence that usually posed little threat. However, on the day of Lady Eleanor's tragic accident, a section of scaffolding, poorly secured by a tired or perhaps inattentive carpenter, gave way while she was being shown the vista from a particularly exposed parapet. She had been admiring the sweeping plains below, her hand resting on the crenellations, when the planks beneath her, supporting a small contingent of laborers and a rather precarious pile of stone, suddenly collapsed. She was not directly crushed by falling debris, but the sudden, violent tilting of the platform sent her toppling over the edge, a fall of some 50 feet onto the rough courtyard below. The impact was, predictably, fatal. Her visit, meant to cement an alliance and usher in a new era of prosperity, ended abruptly in a brutal, accidental plunge. The castle, intended to impress and welcome, instead offered a fatal welcome to its esteemed visitor. This incident, like so many others, highlighted the inherent danger of working at height within these structures, and how even those seemingly removed from the manual labor could be caught in the crossfire of construction and repair. The unyielding nature of the stone meant that any fall from any significant height was almost certainly to be a terminal one. Beyond the more dramatic falls, subtler dangers lurked. The omnipresent damp and the associated growth of mold and mildew were not merely unpleasant, they were insidious killers. Sir Reginald, a knight of considerable renown, found himself increasingly plagued by a persistent cough that deepened into a debilitating lung condition. He attributed it to the rigors of campaigning, to the damp chill of besieged cities. However, his chambers, while spacious and affording views of the outer bailey, were notorious for their persistent dampness. Situated on a lower level, often shrouded in shadow from the surrounding curtain walls, they were slow to dry, and the stone walls themselves seemed to weep moisture even in the driest weather. The pervasive smell of mildew was a constant companion. Over the years, the constant inhalation of microscopic mold spores weakened Sir Reginald's lungs. His cough worsened, his breathing became shallow, and he was eventually confined to his bed, a shadow of his former robust self. He died, not with a sword in his hand or a shield on his arm, but slowly, suffocating in the very air of his own home, a victim of architectural neglect and the unforgiving environment it created. His was a slow, drawn-out defeat, a testament to how the castle's very materiality could erode a man's life from within. The castle's complex internal layout, designed for defense and often expanded piecemeal over centuries, could also become a deadly trap in less direct ways. The story of Thomas the Scribe is a chilling reminder of how easy it was to become lost, and how, in a castle, getting lost could be a death sentence. Thomas was tasked with delivering an urgent missive to the castle's seneschal, who was known to favor a particular, less used tower for his private studies. The castle had undergone several renovations and additions, leaving its internal passages a labyrinth of interconnected corridors, stairwells, and storage rooms, many of which were dimly lit or completely unlit. Thomas, unfamiliar with the seneschal's preferred haunt, entered a series of winding staircases, each one leading to another dimly lit landing. He was relying on the faint light filtering through narrow arrow slits. After what seemed like an eternity of climbing and descending, he realized he was utterly disoriented. The urgent message in his hand was soon forgotten as panic began to set in. He tried to retrace his steps, but each passage looked maddeningly similar. He called out, but his voice was swallowed by the thick stone walls. Days later, a search party, venturing into the seldom used sections of the castle, discovered Thomas's skeletal remains in a forgotten storage chamber, its door having swung shut behind him, sealing him in. The chamber was small, with no windows, and only a narrow, unlit passage leading away from it. He had seemingly stumbled into it, perhaps seeking shelter or a way out, and the heavy oak door, designed to keep out intruders, had effectively trapped him. His urgent message, never delivered, lay by his side, a silent witness to his desperate, failed attempt to navigate the castle's confusing depths. His death was a stark illustration of the castle's ability to absorb and silence its inhabitants, to make them disappear within its very fabric. Even the very act of construction and repair, so essential to maintaining these colossal structures, offered its own grim harvest of accidental deaths. The constant need to shore up crumbling walls, repair leaky roofs, and maintain the vast network of battlements and towers meant that workers were perpetually exposed to the dangers of working at height and with heavy materials. The tale of Master Mason John, a skilled craftsman responsible for a significant portion of the castle's eastern wall, is etched into the local lore. He was overseeing the placement of a particularly large quarried stone intended to cap a section of the parapet. The hoist, a rudimentary wooden contraption, groaned under the immense weight. A sudden gust of wind, a common occurrence on the exposed battlements, caught the stone. The ropes, perhaps weakened by rot or simply overloaded, snapped. The massive block of granite plummeted downwards, crashing not onto the courtyard below, but into a section of the scaffolding on which John and his crew were working. The impact was catastrophic. The wooden structure splintered and buckled, sending the men tumbling. John, caught beneath the falling stone and the collapsing scaffold, was crushed instantly. His death was a brutal reminder that the hands that built and maintained the castle were themselves constantly at risk, their lives gambled against the unforgiving realities of physics and the inherent instability of precarious construction. The castle's defenses, while meant to keep enemies out, also created a hostile internal environment. The portcullis, a formidable iron grill designed to slam down and block entryways, could be a deadly hazard if improperly managed. There are accounts, though often shrouded in the mists of local legend, of unfortunate souls being caught by the descending bars of a portcullis that was being raised or lowered too quickly, or that malfunctioned. Imagine a young page, tasked with ensuring the portcullis was securely latched at night, perhaps distracted by a fleeting glimpse of a lady on a balcony, or simply careless in his duties. If the mechanism jammed, or if he was too slow in retracting his own body from the path of the descending gate, the consequences would be unimaginably grim. The sheer weight and force of such an iron barrier meant that even a glancing blow could cause severe injury, and being fully caught would result in immediate and brutal death. These were not the clean, swift kills of a sword fight, but the messy, crushing end brought about by a mechanical failure, a testament to the unforgiving nature of defensive architecture. Furthermore, the castle's fire safety, or rather, the extreme lack thereof, continued to be a source of accidental tragedy. While previously discussed as a general risk, specific incidents underscore its pervasive threat. The Great Fire of 1288 at Dunstan Keep, for example, was not initiated by an enemy siege, but by a stray ember from the kitchens. The heat, combined with the highly flammable rushes strewn on the floors, the tapestries adorning the walls, and the dry timbers of the upper floors, turned the keep into a roaring inferno. While many escaped into the outer bailey, a group of servants, trapped in the Lord's private solar on an upper floor, found their escape route cut off by flames. The narrow stairwell, their only way down, became a chimney of smoke and heat. They perished, suffocated by the noxious fumes and the intense heat, their screams unheard above the din of the inferno. The very materials that made the castle imposing and warm also made it a tinderbox, and a single spark could erase lives in a horrifyingly swift fashion. The lack of any organized firefighting efforts, beyond simply trying to beat back the flames with wet cloths, meant that once a fire took hold, it was often a battle lost before it was truly begun. Even the seemingly innocuous elements of daily life within a castle could harbor unforeseen dangers. The abundance of sharp, protruding architectural features, corbels, projecting stonework, rough-hewn edges, meant that a moment of inattention, a hurried movement, or a stumble could result in a nasty laceration. Consider the case of a huntsman returning from a successful chase, laden with game and perhaps a bit weary. He might have been carrying a sharp hunting knife, its hilt worn smooth, its blade kept meticulously sharp. Navigating a dimly lit passage, he might have tripped over a loose flagstone. In his attempt to regain his balance, he might have lurched against a jutting stone corbel, the very architecture designed to support an overhang, now serving as a dangerous obstacle. The knife he carried, perhaps held loosely or slipping from his grasp, could have inflicted a deep abdominal wound. Or, in a more direct scenario, he might have stumbled directly onto the unforgiving edge of the corbel itself, puncturing vital organs. Such deaths, while less dramatic than falls from battlements, were nonetheless grim reminders that the castle's very materiality was a constant source of potential harm, an environment where even the most basic movements carried an inherent risk. The tales from the ramparts, the anecdotal histories, and the somber records all point to a singular, overarching truth. Medieval castles, for all their defensive might and architectural grandeur, were profoundly dangerous places to inhabit. They were monuments to a time when human life was often considered expendable in the pursuit of security and status, and when the very structures built to protect could, through a twist of fate or a moment of human error, become instruments of unintended destruction. The accidental endings, the quiet tragedies that befell lords and servants alike, serve as a poignant counterpoint to the romanticized image of castle life, reminding us that behind the imposing stone facades lay a reality fraught with peril, where survival was a daily negotiation with the very architecture that defined it.